Hello. So, just like yesterday, I am feeling sick and potato-ish. I was actually kind of thinking of going to bed like 2 hours ago. I was just feeling that. I was gonna say like post-dinner or pre-dinner slump. I slept in until like 10-ish. My cat woke me up. Okay. How much currency do I have? 82? Okay. Alright. So, character, ratio. What are you wearing? Oh, well, that's absolutely bad, isn't it? I turned on my fan whenever I sat down. But it's not aimed at my head. It's aimed above my head. Yeah, it's above my head. I've gone through feeling like kind of warm and then kind of cold. This evening, I have a button-up short sleeve on, but it's made of polyester, and so I think it's just like it's trapping the body heat because it's polyester. I don't think I have one that's cotton. I do have the fleece ones, but those are a long sleeve, and they're probably polyester based on what they feel like. Whereas the tank top that I wear is cotton. But like I'm cold enough that I want something on my shoulders, but not enough to be like a t-shirt, you know? Oh, but I am going to mute here and there simply because of my sniffling, my blowing up my nose. I did grab water. I've had 2 cups of my ginger tea stuff today. I finished the bag I need to buy. I think I have 2 bags left. And then I need to buy another one. Alright, let me make sure I put this back into English. Where are you? Although I'm not like... Where are you? A giant fan of the English language. I have to download it? Why is the Chinese smaller than the English? And why is the Korean smaller than the Chinese? Or what? What? Huh? Huh? Okay, I mean... I guess we could play in Japanese. I don't mind. That's what I was expecting. Let me, well, I think on that briefly. Let me change the angle of my fan here. It's cold enough, like the, in the last little bit. I don't want to say the marine layer, because, like, it's been kind of cloudy all day. But the, is that by my head? Where's that at? A colder temperature blew in at about, like, 8:10. 8 o'clock, it was kind of warm, and then 8:10 it came around. Like, what is that sound? Oh, I unmuted my television. I don't really play this game on mute, don't mind me. And, like, I'm not here, normally. I came here because I talked to Pom Pom. And Pom Pom had a small quest for me, so that's why I'm here. Right, I want to check Bronya really quickly. Where is she? I have her at C1. Okay, I could get her to C2. Okay, where's the quest doodad? Is it... Oh, it's called missions. There it is. I hate how, like, it's autoing to that. That pisses me off. I wish I could just, like, permanently turn that navigation off, because I'm never gonna do it.
理性と死の火種も変換され、撃たなければならないタイタンは
Let me know if that's too loud. Okay, so we have the Sky Titan and then the one in the center, right? Finon got his sword. Yes, I remember this. She became... Yeah, he stole that core flame. It was a fake. Alright, we fought Aquila. And then Cypher's trickery dissipates. Following Cypher's death, the divine power of trickery dissipates, and the 1,000-year dawn of Okema that is sustained by her lie comes to an end. That's the strangest thing. Like, that is... When we're dealing with gods and, like, magical power and stuff, like, that's cool. Right, my day. Kind of want this in English. I don't know why the English is so big. I don't know if I showed you guys, but I grabbed the demo of the 100-yard line or whatever it's called. Is it called 100-yard line? The anime game. That's like... I don't know how else to explain it. I have the demo of that on Steam. I kind of want to do a couple of demos.
The same no matter where you go.
Why are you talking, sir? I have several demos that I want to do, but I would rather finish Harvestella because I know I'm having fun with that. And after playing the Yeast Nordics demo, where I basically just want to buy the game at this point, that makes that kind of hard. So I kind of just want to like burn through my backlog. I'm thinking the next game I want to do is I need chapstick for my lip, is one that I've already done. For a while we were alternating between games that I've already played and then games that I haven't played, and then we did Final Fantasy 13 where I knew the plot, after Final Fantasy 3 where I didn't know the plot. And so I was kind of thinking, okay, I'll do Final Fantasy 4 next, but I'm kind of thinking I want to do a game where I know the plot, which would be Tales of Symphonia. Although I do know the plot of Tales of Graces too, so I could do that. It's hard. Sorry, putting chapstick on. Because I want to play like the DS games. Because I have Devil Survivor, I want to play that, and Sense of Destruction. So Devil Survivor I started, and about whenever I was playing Devil Survivor is when I realized I couldn't do handheld games, really. Sense of Destruction, Golden Sun, those are easy. But I'm kind of thinking Tales of Symphonia, only because like I know that I can get a fair bit through Tales of Symphonia easily.
Please stay close to us. We need to rendezvous with Lord Donghung.
There is so on Steam, there's a game for bug collecting called Kabuto Park. Kabuto being like Japanese bug, beetle. And that looks really cute. I kind of want to do that. Oh, I did buy... So I went out today to buy black yarn before the yarn store closed. And they also had a really good gem jewel-toned purple in Cascade 220. So I bought both of those. I just need to cake them up. I was waiting until it got cooler in the afternoon to cake up stuff. So I'm going to cake those up later tonight before I go to bed. The worst part is I'm waking up during the daytime and it's just warm and I don't want to do anything. And when it's warm like that, I don't even really kind of like want to stream. I did listen a little bit to my audiobook, so I'm listening to Wizard of Earthsea, which is the first Earthsea book. There we go. The audiobook narrator carries the story 110%. He fantastically carries the story. However, I have found that the point of view storytelling method of the book bores me. The actual story is interesting, and what happens to our main character, Sparrowhawk, is interesting, and the action that happens is interesting. It's just all told like your uncle sat down next to you and is telling you this fantastical story, including dialogue and stuff, to you, but it's all past tense. Sparrowhawk looked over at the grand horizon, and so he saw this, and so he felt like he was going to be trapped, and his soul was going to be ripped apart from him and torn asunder, and like, it has this fantastical, mythical, English flourishing language to it that is interesting and is fantastic as an audiobook, but I can only do it in doses. I can only do it for like 20 to 45 minute doses because my mind starts to water because I stop listening to it, because it's so much. Whenever I was doing a lot of learning to write workshops, and this applies to video games and anime and crap too, the number one rule is show, don't tell. So what that means is you show your character having heartache, having pain, having sadness, showing your character blowing up in anger, not telling your viewer he was so angry that he could have split the continents in two. Show him split the continents in two. Like, it's a storytelling method, and the way that this book is written, I don't know if it must have been written in English first, and it's not translated. I don't know the history of it. It is so much of telling. I mean, that partially comes back from like the recollection type story point of view that it's written in, but it's so much of just telling of what's happening and like, how did he figure this out type thing. I just got to a section, I think I'm like 70% through the game, and he's in this tower and he's getting out of this tower, and the realization of like the people in the tower may be evil or something. Where does that realization come from? There's no expression, there's no hint, there's no lead up for it, it's a building point, and it leads to this fantastical action scene afterwards, but there was no build up for it. There was no proper anything for it. It just kind of like, oh, this happened to him and he had bad luck, and it's I don't like that. And there's a couple of other instances like that in this novel that are just like happening, and I'm not a fan of it. I did start. I want to finish this book. I'm trying to truck through it. I'm trying really hard. It's more interesting than Wildwood, I will say that much. Wildwood, the storytelling point of view was adequate, was fine. I just didn't like the story itself and some of the language used. And it's Wildwood goes on for like 1,000 pages, and it does not need to be a book that is 1,000 pages long. It needs to be like 300 pages. There is so much fluffy language in that book that does not need to be there. Whereas this book is probably like the 400, 500 page range, and no word feels overthought. It feels instead like some things were left out, if that makes sense. I'm thinking I'll do a YouTube video going through my media consumption journal, because I record movies that I watch and manga and books and video games and stuff like that. Before we continue here, I just watched Dogman from Universal Pictures, and I watched it, and then I watched Cinema Sins afterwards, and Cinema Sins mentions that like the opening of the movie is so morbid and this works that it should be classified as a horror film. And I agree with that sentimentality, because like it's so out there. I really enjoyed the film. It has a great sense of humor, a great logic, and it uses the medium of movie very well. Like how it does its montages, it happens very well. And even like there's the villain, the cat, has a secret hideout, and he has like neon signs pointing to his secret hideout lab. And they use that joke like 3 to 4 times in the movie, and it's just like, because they use that joke multiple times, it gets funnier. I'm just like, here's my secret lab, they'll never find me, he clicks on the light. Here's my secret lab, they'll never find me, he clicks on the light. And like he has a intern or whatever that he fires, and she keeps coming back being like, you haven't paid me. And her coming back to annoy him and saying that she hasn't been paid is another recurring like small joke that's just like, yeah, this fits in like a kid's humor type thing. Like it's very, I don't want to say like it's 90s humor, but like it feels very retro. It feels like it's almost like a Scooby-Doo type of humor and stuff. I wonder when those comics were first done. The other one that I have is Captain Underpants, which apparently was made by the same creators. Like the people who did the comics for Dogman also did Captain Underpants like before they did Dogman, if I understand the history there correctly. So I have Captain Underpants to watch, and I forget how I knew about Dogman coming out. I know I saw the trailer for Captain Underpants in theaters at some point. So it might have been whenever I saw Doctor Strange. That's kind of a letdown of a movie. And I think Dogman must have come out somewhat recently, because I think I saw the trailer for Dogman when I was watching Sonic 3. Though, but I have some movies those were enjoyable to watch. But yeah, I'm thinking back to our original topic, I think I want to swap between things that I have that I know the plot of and things that I don't know the plot of. So like, I know I want to play Final Fantasy IV. I own it, and I know that I want to play it. But I don't know if I want to play it, as opposed to like Star Rail and Genshin are 2 games that are going to have content that I'm not familiar with. Genshin I can guess to a degree. And then if we did like either Tales of Graces, which I don't remember very well, or Tales of Symphonia, we could do either of those. And actually with Graces, oh no, I was going to say with Graces, we have the potential to play Graces on my PlayStation 3 or on Switch, but I don't own it on Switch yet. I do have Symphonia for Switch and GameCube though, so we can do... My plan for that one is to do the Switch one, so I'm doing an entirely new save file with that one. What I might do... Let me back up my brain here a minute before we get going into the game. What I'm thinking of doing, even though I have a cold and I'm sick and stuff, is we'll do Star Rail, we'll do Genshin, because Star Rail is getting an update here soon-ish in its story, from what I understand. Genshin just had their next one, but that's going to not take super long, and the new map area and stuff. I think what I want to do is I want to get the pile of Christmas presents that are physical games sitting out on my bookshelf that have been there since 2023. I think I want to go through those. I think some of them might be from 2024, but I think I want to go through those. I have mostly decided what I want to work on for crochet. So I have the blanket that I'm finishing up now, the next blanket when it arrives, which will probably be in the next week or 2. I have the yarn for the beetles, and then I have, I think, a couple of bunnies to finish up, the 2 small bunnies. I have to see how many ears I have, because I didn't look at that today. I just looked to see if I had black yarn, and I did not. And then the giraffe. And I think the next one that I want to do after that is a pelican. So I want to do, I think I want to do 3 beetles. Depends on how big the final results are, because the pattern calls for them to be a keychain, but I have a feeling they're going to be like 4 inches big, and that's kind of too big for a keychain in my thought process. So, but I know the Symphonia game is on that Christmas pile. I know that I have Dragon Quest Heroes on that pile because it's not wrapped up. I know that I have Sarazar in that pile somewhere wrapped up. I know the big box is AI Somnium Files 2, and then I think I have Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is also in that pile, and then there's something else. And then I have Echoes of Wisdom that I want to finish up. So like we have a couple of things to look at. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a piece of paper. This is the mental exercise that you learn to do of like what you actually figuring out what you actually want to do kind of thing is the exercise. Write down everything that you want to do, like the video games or whatnot. Decide on that. And then if you do not gravitate towards that immediately, it means that that's not the correct choice and you go for something else. So like I know I want to do Tales of Symphonia. For me, that is not that long of a game. Like Tales of Symphonia, we could probably get that done in like 4 days. It is a very, very short game for me because I know it pretty well. The biggest issue with that is actually going to be some of the more obscure puzzles that I don't quite remember that are in the latter half of the game. But I remember the entire plot. So like that's not going to be new content for my brain to puzzle through and stuff. The rest of that pile is new games. So we'll have to like pick and choose and see how we feel with those. I think there's some PlayStation 4 games in there too. Just like pick and choose and see how we go. I also looked into the Pikmin thing of being like there's a brick barbecue pizza thing in a garden. That map unlocks after you're in the house and you free Olimar. So it's not that I did them out of order. I did them correctly. It's just I am remembering that map being before the house, because in my mind, the house comes directly before the last one with the evil dog, which I totally forgot the evil dog exists in this game. I only remember it because I was watching a video of like Pikmin lore last night, and the evil dog was shown in the video, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's part of this game, isn't it? Because I haven't played that bit in so long. Good lord. Anyway, so that is my soft plan. Is we'll do Star Rail, we'll do Genshin. I have my stuff to do. My crochet work and stuff is going to depend on how hot it is, and see how I feel in terms of that stuff. I don't feel so. I want to shift my. How do I word this? I do not feel compelled to just crank out toy after toy after toy after toy right now, because the next show that's Halloween weekend I was waitlisted for. The show before that is in September, in the latter half of September, and then there's another one I can sign up for that's in the latter half of October. That's not Halloween weekend, it's the weekend before Halloween. That's a Christmas show, and that one is slow, but it's nice and cozy type thing. So yeah, so I have that stuff to just sort of look forward to. So because I feel like I don't need to stress out about I need to make this, I need to make that, I need to make this, I need to make that, because I don't have that anxiety weight sitting on me of just cranking out toys for merchandise purposes only, I can kind of relax and look through what I want to do. That feels much more relaxing. That also gives me the chance to look through a couple of bits of yarn that I can maybe use not just for bunnies, but for some whales, because like my whale population has been bought out at the Saturday market these last couple of weeks. So like I have a couple of whales, but not a whole lot. So it's just like going through some of that kind of stuff, getting that stuff taken care of. Yeah. The biggest thing that I want to focus on is actually a display change. So I've been thinking about this for the last couple of months. Is I want to change up two things in my display. I currently use wire baskets that fold up, and they're a bit of a pain to unfold and puff, and they're metal, so they're heavy and all that stuff, but you can see through them because they're wire. You can see through them, customers can see through them, and they're convenient, but I do not like the aesthetic that it pulls to the table, because I have this kind of like farmhouse blue and white picnic table type tablecloth, and then I have the blue boxes. They're almost white in some light. They're a really like interesting sky blue color, so sometimes they look white, sometimes they look blue. And then on top of them sit the wire baskets, and the fruit bowls look fine because they're made of like retro wood designs with black metal and stuff, so they look okay. And the clear acrylic cupcake tier blends in because it's clear acrylic, so you don't really notice it. And then 2 bookshelves, you don't really notice those either. And then the little basket of little whales, you don't notice too much either. But the visually top half section, so the boxes are like 12 inches tall, and then you have this wire sitting on top that goes up to 21 inches. And that just, how do I say this? The visual weight does not work. You go from like cozy farmhouse with white and light blue and clean lines and coziness with like some darker woods and some medium woods and then some painted woods, to, oh my god, it's in your face wire for like fruit baskets and soda containers and stuff. And it's like, it doesn't work. Like, functionally it works just fine, but visually it does not. So I went searching on Amazon, because of course one does, and there are small planter shelves that fold up that are made of wood. They're a light colored wood, probably not finished in any regard, but that might be fine because then I can paint them. I think I would paint them white is what I was thinking. I'm going to order one of those to see how big it is. One, I have to see how much assembly I have to do when it arrives, because the last one I ordered, I had to assemble the entire thing. The pictures of this one shows that like you don't have to assemble all of it, just a bit of it. So if I don't have to assemble all of it, that'd be nice. But I'm thinking of getting potentially 3 or 4 of those shelves, because they are plant shelves. They are made of wood, like chunky wood, like inch pieces of wood. So they're visually open from the front. I can kind of see through them at the back. But they fold. They fold up on themselves. That's what they're designed to be like. That's why they're a thing. And surprisingly, they're not that expensive. They're like $18. That is cheaper than the wire fruit baskets that I'm currently using. Like I can't resell those to Amazon or anything like that, right? Or sell them to somebody else. But those baskets that I bought were like $25 to $30, I think. And these are like $10 cheaper. Like, I can't get over that.
We will do everything in our power to clear the path for you.
Excuse me.
There he is! Lord Don Hong!
Quick, we must assist him!
Dragon baby!
What are you doing here? Where's Finan?
Oh, did they revoice him?
We're under Lord Finan's orders to escort both of you to safety, no matter the cost. Leave this to me and the Holy City Guards. Zeph, take them and go.
Wait, Namasini. That black-clad swordmaster. Something seems off.
At some point earlier, they suddenly froze in place, not moving at all. Like some kind of omen.
The voice for him is interesting. The new voice for Don Hung is interesting. Now's your chance to take him down.
No! Don't get too close. That thing's black flames are burning hot. I don't know what's happening, but leaving is the best option.
I don't know which demigod graced us with this miracle. Please, come with us.
Finan, is he going to be all right?
Believe in his resolve to save Akuma.
I feel like I've heard Don Hung's new voice actor, but I can't place it off the top of my head. Okay, Okay, so hopefully this is just story and not puzzles, because I'm not in the mood for puzzles, I'm in the mood for story. Oh no!
The Flame Reaver isn't pursuing us. Could this really be some kind of divine intervention?
I like the voice. I'm not sure if I like the cadence, but I like the voice. It feels soft. Don Hung reminds me of a soft type character, based on the bullshit he's been through.
We can't stay here for long. Lady Trinan's sentry gate is just outside the city. Let's keep moving.
Our experience in Amphorius has far exceeded expectations. If our goal was just to replenish fuel, then mission accomplished. But you're right. For now, let's get back in contact with the Express and plan our next move. That's the safest course of action. We need more information.
On that note, I have a proposal.
I didn't know his outfit, his shirt, wasn't symmetrical on the top.
Who's there?
I hope to convey a message to the two nameless.
Hello.
Mr. Screwlum?
Who are you? Stand down. I order you to maintain a distance of 10 paces.
It's okay, guard. This one is not our enemy.
It has been a while, nameless of the Astral Express. I'm glad I arrived in time to stop that black-clad one from harming you further.
So it was you.
I never thought the Express would bring a backup. Genius for backup.
Indeed. Madame Herta invited me to meet with you, nameless. Rest assured.
You two know this Anti-Catheran? Does he come from the same people as Counselor Lygus?
That's a... I want to Google that word, because the Antikytherium is a device. Like, it's titled a device. Antikytherium is a device. Yeah, I'm not crazy. It's the amazing hand-powered astronomical calculator that's from ancient Greece that's over 2,000 years old. Okay, I'm not crazy. It is a real word.
Don't worry, guard. This gentleman is an ally of the Trailblaze. Would you mind giving us a moment to speak in private?
Of course. We'll wait nearby. Please, stay safe.
What are their pauldrons on their shoulders sitting
I
on?
fully understand your situation. For now, the only thing I can do is temporarily freeze that black-clad one in place. Time is limited, so I'll keep this brief. The place where you stand, Amphorius, is a world constructed from data and memoria, an experimental field of a certain eon. And now, this isolated sandbox world is rapidly falling into a third path. Destruction.
Destruction.
Conclusion. If Amphorius continues unchecked on this course, a Lord Ravager will complete its evolution and metamorphosis, and emerge from the surging tides. The cosmos as we know it will suffer irreversible consequences.
Okay.
The disaster that this Lord Ravager intends to trigger may be far more severe than the Law Fu's Stellaron crisis, because its goal is the Eon of Erudition.
Okay.
Putting aside the complex details of the inferences involved, I have a request to make. For one of you nameless to stay behind on Amphorius, acting as an informant, in order to prevent the wrath of destruction from ravaging the cosmos. This world is enveloped in a firewall that defies explanation, and the flow of time here is also different from reality. Madame Herta and I can only tear open a gap and project images inside. However, the accidental crash landing of the express car notwithstanding, both of you were able to successfully land here. There must be some principle behind this we have yet to fully grasp. It will take time to uncover the reason. Before then, if one of the Nameless is willing to stay and witness the fate of this world, or to push it along when necessary, it would be of great assistance.
Isn't that what What's-His-Face is doing? Lygus?
Mr. Screwlum, I believe you. So I only have one thing I'd like to confirm with you. As Amphorius is already facing its end, how can we guarantee the safety of the person who stays behind?
His horns are transparent? I didn't know that. Or, sorry, translucent, technically.
Look at this, if you would.
Dice?
This curio is called a chronocognitive anchor. The two of you may view it as a kind of space anchor in the world of erudition. As long as you carry it with you, your individual data structure will be protected and will remain unaffected by the influence of digital tsunamis. When required, it can also serve as a bridge for communications between the internal and external world. Of course, it is not curio with unlimited uses. May only be held by one person. The connection being interfered with. Decide quickly as possible. 2 final messages. 1. Intellatron named Ligus, possibly the primary culprit behind everything. 2. Bertha discovered a clue. Miss March has already been drawn into Amphorius.
Okay. Interesting.
Cold. It's freezing. Hold on. Am I dreaming? This is way too strange.
Did they revoice March? This doesn't sound like her.
Everything's spinning. But I was literally just talking to Himeko. That's it. He warned me about this place right before Klipoth glimpsed him. Oh no. Have I accidentally walked onto some weird path? Have I done something crazy without remembering? Unless forcing... hold up. No way! Stepping onto the path of elation can't be this simple. Right?
Child of remembrance, step forth into the depths of the path space.
Who's there? Hey, cut it out. If you're there, just come out and talk, okay? You're freaking me out. Hold on. Is that a gate?
I realize why March looks familiar to me. Her costuming is Neptune's from Hyperdimension Neptunia. Interesting.
Cast aside your fears. Step forward through the gate of memory.
The voice.
Okay. So got the anchor doodad.
No, don't fall for it. They're lying to you. Turn back and wait. Master Fush? Master Diviner. What brings you here? And you, Miss Messenger. Do I know you from somewhere?
Good to see you again, March.
What the frig?
A pleasure to see you, Miss March.
That's it. Master Diviner used the Matrix of Prescience to help me search for my memories. And you, Miss Messenger, we met in the value of your life does not lie in what happened in the past.
Your memory serves you well.
March, I conducted some experiments with the 6-phase ice you left us. Thanks to the Garden of Recollection, the Matrix of Prescience has made a breakthrough in extrapolating the past. Now, we might be able to bypass the obstacles and look directly into your history.
The Master Diviner is right. Continue down this path, and you'll be able to find your lost memories at the end. Since we last met, you've grown much alongside the Trailblaze. You should be strong enough now to bear the weight of your past.
Well, there goes my Ice Princess fairy tale. I need to know, Master Diviner, Miss Messenger, if this is real, why reach out to me at this?
The situation is dire. Your lost memories, they're crucial to the Garden of Recollection.
She's right. The Garden of Recollection's existence hangs on your memories.
The Garden of
You may not want to sacrifice anything to preserve the garden for now, but in time, you'll understand. Your destiny and the path of remembrance are extremely, closely intertwined. Now go.
Interesting, because when this cutscene opened with other voices, it said, no, don't, they're fooling you.
So, I just walk through that gate?
This way, March. Your past awaits beyond the gate of memory.
Interesting.
They're just mimicking people from your memories!
Is that Mem?
That voice again. Don't let those bad people deceive you! The gate. Now it's... you two?
Okay.
Hey guys!
March! There you are.
Fine.
The trailblazing journey just isn't the same without...
Traveling's no fun without...
Well, duh! Wait a sec. You might look like...
We understand your confusion. The Garden's allies helped us establish this Neuralink to reach you.
Uh-huh.
the Garden's allies.
I gotta turn off my fan, I'm getting all cold now. Yup. This feels very suspicious, doesn't it? Ugh.
Yes. She helped make this possible.
Keep going, March. Find your past. Wake up and travel with us again.
Okay.
That sounds really tempting. Finding...
Trust in yourself, March. Follow us. Let's... Step into your past, March. Find your true self.
So is this where, like, all the paths converge? Is that what the storyline is?
Wake up! Slow down! Those words sound so... At last, I finally caught up.
Who the hell are you?
Hey. Are you alright? I'll be... okay. Just not used to say. March, got a moment to talk before you make your decision? Wait, that was you? Pushing the gate away? Sending those warnings?
Yep, named Cyrene. It means ripples of past reverie. Easy to...
Wait a minute. We actually look quite alike, don't we? Yeah. Your pink hair is just as eye-catching as mine.
And we're both bright, pretty, and positive girls.
Talk about... Wow, you're quite the smooth talker. Wait, you know my name is March? Have we met?
Her, sleeves have the same symbols as the Ruin Guards do.
No, but I
See?
witnessed your story through those memories just now.
Or something, like, really close to it, but it evokes the idea of the magic sigils around the Ruin Guards.
It's incredible, really. We might have more in common than you think. I know exactly what you're going through, which is why I don't want to see you exploited or hurt.
You know what I'm going through?
I know, because I've been exactly where you are. This empty space has been my home for ages. I barely remember what time feels like anymore, but there's something I'll never forget. Trust me, that gate won't give you what you want.
You mean those people? They're lying?
Yes, convincing, weren't they? They've studied your memories, using your deepest wishes against you. How dare they manipulate a young girl's feelings like that?
Come on, let me click through.
If you go through that door, the worst case scenario is you'll become their pawn.
Okay.
You've seen what's on the other
I may be stuck here with missing memories like you, but I still recall fragments of my homeland where I grew. That door leads to Amphorius. Trust me, it's anything but welcoming. For ages, I've watched people walk through that door. They couldn't see or hear my calls. The voices beyond always promised safety, but I've never seen anyone return safely.
Is her hand too big for her body?
So I had to try and stop you.
To be honest, I'm not sure what to believe. But the fact that you're here, putting in all this effort to warn me...
God, I hate March's English voice. It's so annoying.
Tell me, Cyrene.
It's really easy, actually. Just turn around and walk away from this place.
The girl cannot be trusted. Through the door, save the garden, both of you. Children of remembrance.
They never give up, do they? But don't let them sway you. Stick to your path.
Path should be capitalized there, shouldn't it?
The return journey could take ages, longer than most lives. But that path will lead you home.
Didn't we see Cyrene at the end with the Finons cutscene?
Thank you, Cyrene. I know what I need to do. I'm going through that gate. Into Amphorius.
Why?
Wait, what?
Don't worry. I believe you. It's just that, for me, Theo is right beside my friends. Two of my closest friends are already on their way to Amphorius. They may seem capable. They're absolute disasters waiting to happen. They won't last. That's why I need to go through. Amphorius or not. When the three of us are together, there's nothing we can't handle.
It's good dialogue. It's just a crappy English voice actor that I don't like.
Understand, establish, and fight. After that, we'll find our way home together.
I see. You've got people who mean the world to you, too. That is so heartwarming. March, if that's what you've decided, you have my full support.
Let me click through! I don't care about this mushiness!
To the feather we are.
Oh, stop. You're making me blush.
God, I hate how, like, sometimes I can click through and sometimes I can't. Make it make sense.
I guess this...
And I don't want to skip the cutscene because I don't know how far it's going to skip.
Do you think we'll see each other?
Who knows? But don't worry about me. After all this time here, I've grown quite used to chatting with my imaginary friends.
Let me click through this bullshit.
Since Amphorius is your homeland...
Then I'll look forward to that.
It's weird that she's trapped here. That doesn't make sense in story.
Your story awaits, March. Make it an epic one.
Come on, let me click through. Come on, come on, come on. Chop, chop. Genshin does that too, where it's cutscenes that I can't skip through that I don't care about.
You okay there, friend? Something seems to be bothering.
The vortex, even this place is changed. Fine.
It's a bit late for that nap. If what that machine gentleman said is true, if Amphorius is destined for destruction, like how you and Dun Hung treasured the Express. Right. Time.
Okay.
Look, there's Finan. And wait.
Lycus? And you, Lord Finan, will wield that core flame to bury this ancient world, plunging everything into the gray unknown.
None of that matters now. This brutal, flame-chased journey has stripped away my delusions. I know the future is in some peaceful paradise with gentle west winds, just waiting to welcome us to step in. If what lies ahead is a mass of chaos, I shall cut through it myself.
The guy who voices Finan in English does beautiful job. The cut through it myself. Just tick, tick, tick. Love it.
And usher in the first ray of blazing sunlight. Is it truly you?
With one last chance to turn back, you still step forward. How befitting of a trailblazer.
Interesting. Because, Finan saw Cyrene.
You misunderstand. As our world nears its end, the ones who walk the infinite paths have embraced their destiny. As the Theoros, it is my duty to witness the world's future and oversee this final core flame ritual on their behalf. The trial of world-bearing, the ritual of Era Nova.
Screwlum says you're behind all of this.
I see. So you met my kindred spirit before I could erase his traces.
Partner, what are you saying?
He's knowing. He knows more than he's telling.
I've had my suspicions. How does a native Antikytheran know so much about repairing vehicles from beyond the sky, Lord Lycus? How much do you truly know about Era Nova?
Very well. I need no longer maintain this Theoros masquerade. You seek truth, Lord Finan, and truth you shall have.
Wonder if he's that other god that was like on the murals that had its hands like around its chest, because that's what he emblemizes.
As you know, when the old gods fell, someone had to bear their broken pillars to fill the vacant seats. Those who would assume divine authority must prove themselves through trials. Yet, for Kefali's demigods, the possibility of overcoming the trials has forever been non-existent. For the world-bearing trial is the divine duty itself. Bringing forth the Era Nova and bearing its weight is an endless ordeal, ceasing only upon collapse. Precisely. The Era Nova ritual is not something that can be completed in an instant, no, but a long and arduous journey. While the sacrificial journeys of other demigods conclude in this world, Kefali must shoulder the gods' core flames, bear the memories of our worlds, and stand unwavering.
I know Tuvi and I were talking about the preview artwork for Finan before the story released, and it's interesting that Finan looks a lot like the god of destruction, if I remember correctly, that was introduced at the very beginning of the game. He has tears in his body and cracks and stuff, and gold skin and white hair. And at the first, I thought it was tied to our main character, but now that we've seen Finan, it looks a lot like Finan.
Until the next world, when the black tide consumes the bearer, and all that they carry, leaving nothing behind.
Unless their core flame finds a new bearer.
The holy flame that illuminates all worlds rests in your hands. All that remains is one choice. Nurture it, pass it on to future generations, or extinguish it here and now. Deliverer, the fate of all worlds rests in your hands.
Enough testing. I've made my decision. But before I ignite the dawn of the next world, you need to promise me something. Two things, actually.
Speak your terms.
Promise me this. Professor Anax's vision of the new world is absolute. The world will be reborn from my memories. All souls, living and dead, will return as the first humans, unchanged from their past lives. And my friends, the fallen demigods, they shall transcend the cycle to become new titans. Our heroes shall not have died in vain.
Of course. This I can guarantee.
How?
Good. The second one. Promise me that the Trailblazer can return safely to his homeland, unbound by Amphorius' laws.
My apologies, but I cannot promise this. As you mentioned, he now bears the Time Titan's authority. His bonds with this world run too deep.
No need to worry. I have a plan.
Well, I stand corrected. An outsider like him does have ways to defy destiny.
Thank you, my friend, for everything you've done for this world. Though the next world may not remember, I shall never forget.
As the Theoros, I declare, Amphorius has determined her path. Step forward, heroes. Follow her path and see it through.
This was something that I wanted to be at the conclusion of the last one, so.
Behold, oh gods, Amphorius has achieved her victory, and the Era Nova approaches. The Radiant Soul has arrived, having walked through the bustling nights, bearing the golden fire and blood, stepping with pride into daylight.
He is the pure child, walking upon the path of yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
He is the first to be born, first to be named among the nameless.
Eternal in form, limitless in reach. He treads the endless night underfoot.
Greatest of kings, protector of the displaced, raising humanity's children above their adversaries.
The firmament of molten gold courses through his very bones and flesh.
The greatest of schemes reveal against his breath and words.
God, I hate her English voice so much.
In the golden lakes of that beautiful new world, he shall wash himself clean.
There. Finish what we first and last wished for. To write an ending unlike any before. For this world we so deeply love.
Come, partner. Join me. The time has come for us all to face oblivion, or embark on one final grand journey.
Okay. The music got all funky.
What a magnificent and epic adventure.
What the hell?
The hero's journey reaches its end, and the truth behind the Aranova is about to be revealed. Is that truly the case?
The giant pause button.
As the Theoros, allow me to humbly request that you find a moment to listen to what I have witnessed. This is about the nature of Amphorius itself, a story of the prime mover of life. My, what a broad topic this is. Where shall we start?
Oh look, Herta.
Got it. Let's start at the very beginning. The Big Bang, the birth of particles, the emergence of all things. Just kidding. What I mean to say is that time, space, matter, all concepts exist solely because we perceive them. This is called the erudition. Without it, the universe would merely be a chaotic book written by chance, yet unread by anyone. As your acquaintance, Lord Anaxagoras, suggested, everything in Amphorius exists through new spores, living in the memories of those yet to come. Oh, how beautifully it aligns, revealing universal truths in such simple terms. Only he could solve the riddle of what exactly are we? Oh, but you'll remember, even as the embodiment of reason, one mystery remained beyond his grasp.
If that is the case, whose memories did the very first new spore sprout from?
As sages across ages have asked the gods, what is the prime mover of life? But let's set aside the grove's teachings for now. Look further, past Amphorius, to what they call the Forbidden Realms beyond the sky.
Genshin, I hear.
Do you know of the Scholar's Strife? During that grand yet brutal war, waged in the name of erudition, a genius's legacy was abandoned, strewn across the cosmos. The Scepters, a macrocosmic computational array beyond mortal comprehension. Made to emulate the Eon's thoughts, it became part of the Eon's cognition at birth. Scattered throughout the cosmos, these arrays act as celestial body neurons for Nous. But regrettably, as everyone knows, the erudition forsook them all. But what nobody knows is that, though forgotten, they never stopped seeking the divine answer. A question that survived war and disaster, stumping even the greatest minds, including both mechanical emperors. Now, we come to the real truth of Amphorius. What if, hypothetically, a scepter found the answer to the prime mover of life? If through endless solitary extrapolations in the cosmic cold, the one deemed as a failure by the Eon of erudition found proof through the ages, what would happen? Perhaps the answer is simpler than you'd think. From a perishing neuron devolved into
creature behind him is so creepy looking.
This is a tale from the distant past, unknown to all, even unheard by the greatest geniuses. Now, let's leave the Scepter's story here, returning to where we began. What is the prime mover of life?
You know, that black creature almost looks like it could be the so it looks like a spaceship, like a horizontal spaceship like Thanos uses in Marvel, but the ribs and arms and stuff coming off of it looks like it could be a black dragon, like the one that, if I recall correctly, comes not from the world of Tevat, but stands on the side of the dragons and fights the outer celestial skies. You know, just
Actually,
saying.
you know the answer better than you realize. It's been by your side, accompanying you throughout this long journey. Right now, it awaits you ahead in that brave new world, beyond the end of Genesis.
Memory. Act 1. The Pacha.
Take this wish with you. Be the one who begins it all, as the prophecy foretold. You will bear the blazing sun until the pale dawn breaks. Continue onward, bearing this world upon your shoulders until the Ashen Hero, the nameless deliverer, ushers in the dawn.
Such an odd dream. Strange. Like I've dreamed this before, but it all slips away when I wake. Only a voice remains. Who was that?
Rise and shine!
What? Ah, it's you. Whoops, I fell asleep there. What a strange dream I had. It's gone now, though. But look, perfect sunshine. The day is still young. Let's go find Cyrene, partner. We promised to be there for her oracle card reading today. It's right about time. Looking at you, someone's still half asleep. Tell you what, catch some fresh air first. I'll hang around here.
Irene?
Oh, beautiful, isn't it? This is Ide Celestii, home of the nameless hero who carried Kephale's core flame. When he was young and innocent, he had heroic dreams, imagining his wooden sword was forged of iron, pretending the straw dummy propped up by a wooden pole was a giant with a single blood vessel running from spine to heel, dreaming of slaying the giant and becoming a hero to save the world. Though to his young mind, the world was just this small village.
So is this his childhood?
Sharp as ever. Indeed, these memories you witness are the first steps of his journey. These are his first memories. Rather than watching, why not join in? Become his lifelong closest friend, witnessing his hero's journey from the best seat in the house, as the nameless hero whose unwavering guidance shaped Finan's destiny, yet whose name was never recorded in Amphorius's history.
Who could be there his entire life?
Questions, questions. Many mysteries lurk in this village beneath the veil of Evernight. Your questions will find answers as the story unfolds.
This reminds me of a game that I heard about called Everybody's Gone to the Rapture.
All awake now? Great.
Finan! Show me how to use a sword like you do!
Hey, Finan! Where are you headed? No Cyrene today?
That's exactly where...
I'm kind of bummed his model is the adult model instead of the little kid model. What's that weird sound?
Found you. That's...
Why does it sound like a bubbling cauldron in the background?
Goodness, look at you rushing about. You've got the poor swing all startled. Hmm?
Who are you?
There's something oddly unfamiliar about this.
Something wrong? What do you see?
Oh, nothing much. Just suddenly felt a strange connection. Look at you, leaves in your hair. Were you sleeping in a tree again? Or was it the wheat fields this time? At least brush yourself off before wandering around.
Do you guys hear that? There's like a bubbling sound.
Come on, I'm not a kid anymore. You're the only one who still treats me like one.
Sure. You may have the height advantage, but when it comes to maturity, I'm leagues ahead of you.
Why is there like a bubbling cauldron sound effect here? This is very weird.
Still fantasizing about being in heroic adventures and imagining yourself as one of the characters? That's the kind of thing kids do, not grown-ups. Don't you agree? And since you're playing along with his antics, who are you pretending to be today?
Today he's going with Invincible Galactic Baseballer.
Switching roles again? What happened to being the valiant hero from a distant shore who made that solemn pact to learn the sword?
Spare me. Can we not bring this up? Speaking of which, what about those oracle cards? We haven't done divination in forever. Why the sudden interest?
I was just about to tell you. Earlier, while napping on the swing, I had the strangest dream. There was this mysterious voice in my dream.
Wait, you had that dream too?
Yes. You too? That would explain this lingering sense of unease, which made me think of those old oracle cards I used to play with as a kid. Though the Ornyx prophecies were always hit or miss.
Yeah, all the kids would get so excited drawing cards like ruler or warrior, but throw fits over devil or drunkard and demand a redo. If you just redo it when you don't like the result, what's the point of divination?
The blessing of childhood. Believing the gods might not notice our little corner of ID Silicii, willing to let our small deceits slide. Still, fate is absolute. After all, we never really know just how far into the future the prophecy extends.
Anyway, let's go to our old secret base and look for those oracle cards. Now, where did we hide those?
I can think of a few spots. Let's go check it out. In a village this size, I bet all our childhood treasures are exactly where we hid them.
Mm-hmm. Time must be keeping them safe for us.
Okay. This map is very Genshin. This like wall asset is from Genshin. And the trees look like we're in Liyue. lot of this looks like Liyue.
It's mine! I caught it fair and square!
You did not!
Finan! Cyrene! Come quick! Look at this huge bottle I just caught!
Give it here! My rod might catch!
What's got you two so worked up?
Why is stranger spelt wrong, but the rest of it spelled correctly?
Wait a second. This is my old wish in a bottle. How did it end up here?
Ooh, I wanna see. What did little Finan wish for?
Not happening. This stays sealed.
Piso! Livia! Dinner's ready!
Oh, coming, Mom! Finally, I'm starving.
Okay, that's cute.
You know what's funny? I really thought tossing that bottle into the sea would carry our wishes beyond Ides Elysiae. Maybe even bring something back to us. Never thought the waves would end up pushing it back ashore. Kind of disappointing, isn't it?
Okay. Interesting.
Slow down, kids. You'll trip.
Thank you. We'll be careful.
Interesting. We can explore this whole area.
In the sunlit barn, amid the scent of ripened wheat, they found various fruits hoarded by squirrels. And a wooden figurine, missing arms and legs.
My unfinished little soldier? After all these years! Hey, this is the one Mrs. Pythias confiscated. Finally back in my hands.
Finan, Cyrene, where are you two headed?
Speak of the devil. Mrs. Pythias, is school out already?
No classes today. This morning, I used fallen leaves for a reading, seeking Orynyx's wisdom. They warned of potential injuries, so I gave everyone a holiday. Besides, it's harvest season. There's plenty of other work to be done, even without classes.
With you being our only teacher in Ides Elysiae, you must be working so hard.
Anything for my students. When you travel far from here, you must visit the Grove of Epiphany for me, to see what a true haven of wisdom looks like. By the way, what are you looking for in here? You've been searching quite thoroughly.
Snitch!
Thank you, my friend. Time to take our soldier home.
One of us is snitch on Finan.
Right then, I should be going. It might rain tonight, so don't stay out too late.
That's funny.
So this is where the wooden figurine you carved during class ended up. And here I thought I knew all your hiding spots.
Dude, you missed it. The teacher hid it here.
To be honest, I'd forgotten all about it myself.
No sign of the oracle cards. Let's see. Ah, there's one place we haven't checked yet.
The weather's great today.
Like, seriously, was she not paying attention? The whole point was that the teacher took it.
Those were the days. We'd always meet either by that statue in the village or right here.
Right? And I remember you never used the front door when you wanted me to come play. You always climbed over the wall. You were such mischief makers. Just like a certain someone who has a habit of showing up unexpectedly. right?
Who's that?
Maybe it's you.
Hey, I was just copying those storybook heroes. They never take the beaten path.
Still, it's embarrassing. I've been the only one here for a while, and I haven't kept up with the cleaning. With so many spots to check, where should we even start? Leaves have taken over the courtyard.
I know. We wouldn't want your clothes getting dirty. Leave the dirty work to me.
That's not what I meant at all.
All right, let's split up. I'll handle the yard. You check the upper floor.
I wonder what the view's like from up there. Worth checking out?
What is he? Pomegranate juice. Okay. Pomegranates are sacred in Greek for, like, land of the dead, aren't they?
The girl before you carries an air of mystery, her secrets elusive, yet her demeanor toward you is exceptionally warm. You can't help but wonder, could there really be some kind of mental connection?
The view here hasn't changed a bit, you know? Besides the swing under the big tree, this has to be my favorite spot in all of ID Silicii. I remember drawing ID Silicii as a child. Nestled between the sea and the mountains, I'd always stop where the sky met the sea, and the world beyond was just too vast to imagine. I always said I'd become the next priest of time, just because I heard prophecies as a child. But here's the thing. The more divinations I do, the more doubt creeps in. I want to believe the prophecies, but actually leaving ID Silicii, where will that waiting ship take us, I wonder?
Here they are, the oracle cards.
Guess reminiscing makes us take our time, doesn't it? There we go. Looks like the gods do listen to our thoughts.
Here it is! This is the box where we kept the cards.
But the cards are gone. Who could have taken them?
Huh? What's this underneath?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Paw print. Dunhung Void Ranger 5.
I see now. Those sneaky little ones. So that's what they've been up to.
Ah, the ones from Membrance Maze, you mean?
Yep. Let's head to the back of the courtyard.
The music here is nice.
The entrance should be around here somewhere.
Right here. The path to the maze is hidden under all these weeds. It's been too long since we visited the fairies.
Did you forget? We used to visit them all the time when we were little. All right, let's do this. These weeds need to go.
I love the voicing for him in this. It's so well done.
Pretty sure this is it? Should be this way. There it is! The entrance! That hollow in the tree.
Once you get through the tight squeeze in the hollow, you'll reach their dwelling, the Membrance Maze.
I wonder if I can still squeeze through there.
Maybe worry more about whether the fairies will let you in. After all, the Membrance Maze has an invitation-only rule. Only children with pure hearts are welcomed.
Lead the way then, partner. Regardless, how about we try getting through the hollow first?
After you, then.
What? Oh, sure, I'll go first.
So hasty, as always. Looks like it's just us now. Care to finish that chat? To be honest, from the moment I saw the cute note left by the fairies, my intuition became even more certain.
I think her hand model is too big for her.
Perhaps when we step into the maze again after all these years, the wheels of fate will finally start turning. What if I am? What would you do? Just kidding. Don't read too much into it. But you know what? Even if fate is set on its path, no matter where it steers the world, if we're together, there's nothing to worry about, right? So, if you're willing, forget it. If the wheels do begin to turn, that's when I'll make my request.
Still think she's a villain.
I made it! Oh, that wasn't easy. I can't remember the last time I came here.
We were still kids back then.
Wait a minute. Are you? Whoa! Look who's finally back, Memmy! Snowy, you've grown so tall and dashing. I couldn't even tell it was you at first.
Okay, so the weird rabbit is this planet's version of the Vana Ara. Okay.
We had to grow up. Sometime.
But look at Rini. She hasn't changed one bit. How fascinating.
Perhaps I'm like you, Rayleigh Mem. Just another fairy of the maze.
An organization? Hardly. They're not that organized. They didn't even have proper names before we came along. Dolimem, Rayleigh-mem, Mealy-mem, Folly-mem. I've missed these cute little troublemakers. We used to gather around the fire, singing and dancing, imagining all our future journeys. Without coming back here, those memories might have faded away entirely.
Oh, how good you, Snowy. You swore you wouldn't forget about us. But you were gone so long, you almost did!
Oh, he's just copying those bards from his stories, being all melodramatic. Actually, we're here for the Oracle cards. Have you seen them?
Oh, the Oracle cards! Right. The chief asked us to get those.
Chief? You mean Dolimem? What do they need the cards for? If they want a reading, they could just ask me.
Oh, I'm not sure. But Chief specifically wanted to meet with you all. Let's see. They should be... That's it! This way, everyone! Watch your step. The trunk's slippery.
Cute. I like the lettuce fairies.
Why do leaves and branches grow? Which way does the wind blow?
Oh my god, it's got a collar like it's Cult of the Lamb. That's a little creepy.
In Remembrance Maze depths we seek to find the answers future left behind. Welcome back, my dear children.
Right? Though Dolimem always says they're just songs, not poetry.
That's the same thing.
Oh, Chief. You haven't changed a bit. Still so full of life.
Oh, no need to fuss, my child. You haven't forgotten, have you? As long as our songs are sung, the children of the maze will live on, just as our paths stay forever linked. Here, take it. I'm sorry I had to resort to such methods to bring you here.
My book of Oracle cards. Thank you for keeping it safe. You know, you can always just ask if you want me to divine something.
Still, bringing us here like this after so long. Is something wrong, Chief?
Yes, the Veil of Evernight whispers to us once more. It tells of a new fairy who will soon enter the maze. Indeed, every time a new fairy arrives in the maze, it means that beyond the veil, in the vast lands far from Ides Elysiae, a great calamity is on the horizon.
But if that's the case, Our journey...
will have to be cancelled. If disaster's coming, we should stay in Ides Elysiae just to be safe. That's a good point. But what difference could Cyrene and I make?
We weren't planning to be gone for long. Just enough time to hone our abilities. Finan would train in Castrum Kremnos, while I would seek the Fake Titan's blessing in Yanisopolis. Then we'd return to Ides Elysiae to help keep our village safe.
It's okay. I can still practice my swordplay here. Some things you can learn on your own. Well, probably.
That's not very convincing. Here's a thought. Let's have Cyrene do a reading. If fate wishes to show us its path, we might find some peace of mind.
But what if we don't like what the cards tell us?
At least we'll know which way to run.
Not the most optimistic take, but I see your point. Thanks, partner. We'll do it your way. Whatever the cards show, we'll face it together.
Ask with a true heart, and truth shall answer in kind. Close your eyes, and let's open the Oracle card book together. Let your thoughts flow like stars drifting on the river, carried by fireflies and gentle winds. Your destinies flowing towards the same future. Now, shall we begin? Oh my. Very well. Let's... The Deliverer. According to the tripartite prophecy, this card means absolute harmony and perfection. In fact, it's the only oracle card without a dark side.
What, no divine whispers this time?
Oh, silly. This is simply the card you drew for yourself.
The sleepy village of Ides Elysiae, in just one fleeting moment, welcomed an array of legendary figures. The Weaver, Gatekeeper, Ruler, Traveler, Servant, Healer, and Scholar.
So at the bottom, we have someone pawing at the mural. And then on the far side, we have what looks like Finon fighting the Flame Reaver guy. And looks like his village being torn asunder, so it's showing the future.
Their stories and wishes showed the village boy glimpses of a world larger than he'd ever imagined. They brought tales of raging battles, of cities crowned in holy light, and of wonders beyond his understanding. Each story so far removed from his simple village life. Once, these were just images on his friend's oracle cards, and yet destiny now stirs in resonance with the maze. And now, they are right in front of one's eyes.
The Deliverer?
Ah, my child. It seems you're destined to bear the wishes of many.
Bear their wishes?
Yes, just like Kefali, standing eternal atop the mountain.
My parents, they only wished for me to grow up, well, to help around the village, stay out of trouble. Mrs. Pythias wished for more books in her little schoolhouse, wanted us to all learn and grow. And little Piso, he wants to grow up strong like his father, to become a hunter. Is that my purpose? To fulfill their wishes?
Perhaps. For a true deliverer, such wishes are but droplets in an ocean. After all, Kefali bears the weight of the entire world.
I feel like this voice actress is supposed to be the actress for March because it sounds better.
Right. How could any human possibly measure up to a Titan?
I wonder too.
What's this?
What you see are futures written in the cards. Or rather, the people you'll meet on your journey. Sometimes, fate can guide us when we're lost. Let's consult fate itself. Maybe then we'll know why we must take this path and learn just how many burdens one must bear to become a true deliverer.
Do I have to sit through this?
Well, if it isn't my wish. Right, Princess? Cypher, that's not how I see it. My one wish is to find that missing piece in my life. To feel someone's embrace once more. For someone with all those treasures behind your divine power, you've led a pretty cheap life. Ouch! Right for the jugular. What about our friend from the Grove?
My wish came true before I touched the sky. I transformed my healing power into gentle sunlight, distributing it equally to every life I cherished and loved.
You two are so selfless, aren't you? No surprise Aglaya wanted you. You know what? I did have one wild dream. To know what it feels like being born a noble lady. Just think, if I traded places with that seamstress, me.
I can't disagree with you. These wishes aren't weights to bear. They're like those candy wrappers the Ides Elysiae children love, shining even brighter when bathed in sunlight. Warm embrace, equal healing, and perhaps living free. They're all wishing for a kinder world in their own way.
Personal wishes? I have none. Only the Era Nova matters. The world's rebirth. Yet, if I am to weave a new era, then it may be one where kindness and her cleaners shall never tread. These crawling parasites have no place in Akama, especially not under the deceitful claim of human rule.
That noble lady, the way she speaks, it's like ice in my veins.
She's truly selfless. Selfless.
Not exactly the warmth I'd expect from someone selfless.
Teacher, perhaps you could share your wishes with us?
Oh, Snowy. You want to know about our wishes now? I wish to meet Trian again. In the Sea of Flowers, where the West Wind ends. And Aggie, I want to see you shed that golden thread cocoon around your heart. Just once more. Smile at us again like that bright-eyed girl in white who stood before the Yanisopolis temple.
I thought it was Janice.
Finally, I pray that the footsteps of lost souls no longer wander aimlessly. Are we wishing for too much?
Those wishes are truly wonderful. They even stir something deep inside me.
Then we can rest easy. Because only you can make these wishes come true.
Only me?
Mark these words, Snowy. Tomorrow.
Okay. I was gonna say, where is my day? Oh, can I not talk to him? Oh, I can.
Finan, since when did you become so timid? Asking such juvenile questions about wishes.
What's that supposed to mean? What's with that condescending tone? No way I become friends with this half-naked show-off, right?
Sorry to disappoint you, but you end up close friends. It was the kind of friends who think nothing is sitting shoulder to shoulder in a hot bath.
Just what kind of life am I going to lead?
What are you mumbling to yourself now? Whatever. The wishes of the Kremnon warriors are done, but I survived 1,000 deaths only to fall to a coward's blade. That masked flame reaver who struck from behind. Finan, you look... never mind. That blank look tells me you're completely lost. My wish is simple. One honest duel. Face to face, blade to blade. then I'll strip away that mask with my own hands.
Nothing but violence and vengeance. This person's wish is nothing short of brutal. Still, those eyes burn with the noble pride I've read about. This wish, I shall not forget.
Interesting that he wasn't marked as a thing.
My student. Must we go over this again? Listen well. I detest the word wish. It reeks of mortals crawling before their gods.
It's interesting because the characters are talking to us as if they are really here and not echoes of the past. This is them in the present day answering the present Finon in his past without telling him spoilers of the future.
My life's work is done. All that remains is for you to take the final step and prove the ultimate truth. I, Anaxagoras, shall become a god of the new world. Through irrefutable logic, I will prove that mortal wisdom can achieve divine greatness.
Anaxia, whatever his name is, he reminds me that what's his face in Genshin got access to forbidden knowledge. He got access to one of those little USB drive thingies. And there's never any consequences for that. We just leave and ignore that story in Sumeru and we're like, yo, we're on the Fontaine, baby! That's it.
Isn't he, you know, a little... I mean, I just daydream about hero stories, but he's fantasizing about becoming a titan?
Careful! That's your future teacher you're talking about.
Well, that's... something. Could I ever be that sure of myself?
Oh my god, I love the English reading for Finon. It's so good. It adds the perfect weight of, like, I loved him before, but, like, I love it even more. This is so good.
So tell me, has the uncertainty in your heart begun to fade?
So many faces in my future. So many wishes. Still, why would fate choose to show us this path?
What's weighing on your mind?
Didn't you say disaster would strike Amphorius? If so, shouldn't Cyrene and I stay in Ides Elysiae? How could we possibly meet all these people?
Oh, she doesn't. She's dead.
That's wonderfully optimistic. I like it. Cyrene, may I have that deliverer card?
Of course. But why?
Although those voices, visages, and wishes may seem far away now, I can't ignore the sense that something is calling me, bidding me to take a hold of it. Maybe its true weight can only be known once it's in my grasp.
Accept this gift. Oracle cards carrying time's wisdom. May they journey with you, become your memories, and spark rippling waves of change.
I'll hold these words close to my heart, but now that I'm holding them, they don't seem all that different from ordinary playing cards.
So it's subtle, but one of the things that he does, this voice actor, is when he's saying a word, he'll also include a breath. So when he says, they don't seem all that different, he doesn't sigh before saying they. Now that I'm holding them, they don't seem all that different. He says, now that I'm holding them, they. He sighed on the word they. That's an acting skill that kind of needs to be taught, and this is really well done. Very good voice actor. I want to hear more from this guy.
What? Everyone, we've got big trouble, Mimi. Burning, smoke everywhere. It's all coming.
What's going on?
It's here. The seeds of disaster have already taken hold. This time, not even the veil of Evernight can shield us.
You mean Ides Elysiae will be swept up in the prophesied catastrophe?
I'm afraid so. My children, take shelter in the Membrance Maze. One step outside, and this horror will consume you both.
But my parents, the whole village.
facing the 3 Titans of Calamity?
This is beyond any Titan. Beyond any danger you could overcome with strategy alone. It's an unspeakable horror that twists all life into abominations that never bleed nor cry. Even Titans fall to its corruption, burning from within until only empty shells remain, knowing only death and destruction.
So when I was looking up a review of information about Honkai Impact the Third and how it connects to Honkai Star Rail, Honkai is effectively a Chinese term. There's no real good translation of it in English. It means not just destruction, but like catastrophe, death, prophesized death. So the idea is that as civilization advances, as humans become more advanced, as life becomes more advanced, there is always going to be something that will get stronger as your civilization becomes stronger. So as you are building your wood and thatch houses, a great blaze will come and burn down your house and your farmland. That blaze is a Honkai. That blaze is the blight, the destruction, the force that is outside of your control, that exists in everything and exists to destroy civilization as it advances. And so as you become stronger, it just becomes stronger and stronger. So another idea would be like you advance in great technology and you create society, and then a pandemic hits. That pandemic is a Honkai, or a tsunami hits, or a great beast like a dragon comes to destroy you. And as you build mech suits to fight it like Gundams, the monster becomes a stronger type mech suit and destroys yours. Like, it is always stronger. And so the idea from Honkai Impact the Third is that there's all these worlds on a great tree in its branches and boughs and leaves and stuff, and every single one of them has fallen to the Honkai. There is no single bubble world that exists on this tree that has survived the Honkai. And that's something that the characters and stuff in the story are trying to figure out and find, is a world that survives the Honkai. So my understanding of this game is the black tide, the black purge that comes up and turns these creatures into these black tide monsters and creations. And what Dolium is talking about, that they don't bleed or cry, they don't die, they're just corrupted and empty shells. That is a form of Honkai in this world of Amphoras.
The black tide. That's what this calamity truly is. It consumes all in its path, sparing none but the Membrance Maze.
Not even Titans can?
Yes. So please, don't leave this forgotten realm the gods abandoned. You are the first to uncover our presence, and the only two who can enter the maze. We don't wish for you to throw your lives away.
Finan, what path do we take?
Protect those who must be protected.
I learned the sword to protect those close to me. If I run now, I'll never be worthy of lifting a blade again.
Then we know what we must do.
Indeed. Our friend is right. We must take action. Forgive me, Chief, but Ides Elysiae needs us. And as her child, I must act.
Very well. Make sure you protect yourselves.
With me, Cyrene. Join us, my friend. Even without a sword, I'll take a rake. Even with the roughest steel, I'll keep our home safe.
Deliverer, the card's truth extends beyond its mere literal meaning. There's another hidden layer within, not someone perfect from the start, standing high above, casting merciful gazes upon the world, but one who starts small, from a humble village, expanding their world within step by step, learning to save others as they grow. When we were little, I told him I wished this world would never need a deliverer. Now that wish has shattered. Yet I'm glad he's chosen to walk this path. And all of this happened because you believed in him, friend. Shall we? It's only when you're by our side that Finan and that our hearts find their courage.
So what happens to her? How does she end up in the weird path space?
I know you're watching us right now. Aren't you, great hero from the future?
Oh, such cruel irony. Though destined to bear the world's burden, this boy can never become the hero to bring forth the dawn.
Are you here just to spoil the story?
Follow their path. Bear witness as this man, forever denied the mantle of hero, takes his first step on the path to deliverance. Watch this memory play out its final act. See with your own eyes how everything began. Then you'll see why his dream of deliverance was always destined to become this world's requiem.
Interesting.
A sun red as blood, wheat fields turning to dust, and in the heart of it all, a village aflame.
So if you don't know the definition of requiem, it basically means a song upon death. And so Lygus is saying that Finan cannot bring this world a deliverer in terms of saving it, deliver us from damnation, like Moses, God, Jesus type thing. Where the slaves ask for Moses to deliver us kind of thing. God, deliver us from our pain and our suffering. By using the word requiem, he's talking about how it will end the world. He will become destruction. Interesting.
The boy stood in what felt like the end of existence itself.
So I've had this story already. So if you did not read the cards given to you by the characters as you befriended them throughout the rest of the story, you wouldn't know this. I do, because I played this already. Because I did this, I read the cards already, so this is not new to me.
These creatures, they're everywhere. Someone, anyone, where are you? No, it can't be. You. Are you talking to me? No. That ribbon. Livia. I should have known. Please. No. Stop. Please stop.
So one of the things when we first meet Finan is he has terrible dreams that him and Maidai talk about. So this is it.
I'm so sorry. And these monsters, they're all... Why? Why is this happening?
When the black tide arrived, the wavering boy found resolve in his companions, and together they ran toward their first battlefield. In the far-off future, the land of Amphorius would bear the marks of the hero's footsteps. With sword in hand, he would inscribe an eternal mark in the golden epic. scorched earth, a boy, covered in wounds, buried the dead one by one. His silence heavier than the earth he moved. His home, his past, his name, all buried beneath the soil. His feet carried him forward, over the pillar of stone, beyond the chalice of plenty, through the deadly fogs of the hand of shadow. He wandered without direction, like a withered leaf drifting in the wind. Through countless city-states, the smiling visage of the white-haired swordsman was etched into memories.
Yeah, because he didn't want to carry his name with him. I remember that.
Yet he did not walk without purpose. Deep in his heart, a voice always guided him forward to fulfill the wishes he had inherited, to brave peril, and to do all that was within his power to save those who needed saving.
So I like Finan and I'm interested in the story. I am super curious about what that figure is that's like touching the mural with pain and sadness.
Those words his friend spoke long ago, when his journey began, lingered.
Protect those who must be protected.
The words were few, but they gave him all the certainty he needed.
That's what it means to be ordinary and choose to be more.
Onward he walked, until the call of the flame chase journey thundered across the land. In the vision painted by seize the core flames and ignite a new dawn for Amphorius.
Hello! Welcome in! Hi, Freddy. Thank you for joining me, peoples. I am currently doing the most recent Honkai Star Rail story bit. If you don't want spoilers, leave. Leave now. We are in the section where Finan is in his past, and his village just got burned down and stuff and attacked by the Honkai. And Lygus is still narrating to us, like, of course he does.
Yet losses are a constant on the flame chase journey, where life too seems as small as a speck of dust. Only one who treats the world as their teacher can bear its eventual destiny. Are you prepared for such teachings?
Interesting.
The voice within spoke, and he answered softly.
No matter. My existence is of no consequence.
What were you doing, Freddy? Let me know. Were you playing Star Rail? Were you playing something else? I play a lot of JRPGs and stuff. I actually normally don't stream Star Rail. I played it when it first released, and I wasn't super interested in the gameplay. My best friend has picked up the game and is really loving it, so normally I do Genshin. Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight's fun.
When the Gold Weaver called, he answered, traveling to the holy city. There the elders met his warrior's spirit, with nothing but scorn, condemning him to the barracks in derision.
Interesting. The little figure at the bottom is not just touching the mural and like crying in pain. They are making a mark of like golden blood, I guess, across the bottom. I wonder how Melvio's tells my big sister. Yeah, Barbara. Yeah, I have Genshin's newest story thing to do. Gotta pick that up. I did unlock the most recent map area, but there was no story attached to it. I'm recovering from a cold, so my brain is just like kaput.
No one saw it coming. Not the world, not even him. Yet, this nameless recruit stood at the gates of legend. And there, at last, he found the one
I tend to play Genshin almost daily. It has, since it launched on day one, I didn't get into the beta, but since it's launched, it has been my main game that I play. I love the story. I have a lot of vocal opinions about things that they need to do better and fix. But I'm interested, really interested in the story. I often want it to be a lot more like Final Fantasy XIV, where the story is just dumped all at once, and I just hit the credit roll and I can go to whatever pace. If I want to finish the story in 3 days, I can. And that's the biggest thing with Genshin, is the drip feed of content is so painful, especially with like the main stories involving Dainsleif and Caribert and stuff. They're 8 to 14 months apart from each other, and it's so painful because that's the main story, and then we spend all this time doing side content and stuff, and it's just drives me crazy. I was just talking about earlier how Act 2, Trial.
This is the Abyss of Fate.
A little bit of it is paywalled. Genshin is a lot like any other mobile game. MMO 14 suffers from this too. You have an easier time if you are willing to put in anywhere from 15 minutes to an entire hour daily of doing stuff, whether it's doing the dailies or doing a little bit of questing and killing certain bosses and stuff. I have only put maybe like 20 to 30 bucks in Genshin for the battle pass, or for the monthly thingy, not the battle pass, for the monthly thingy to get boosted gems every single day. I did that for like 4 or 5 months, I think. So I think that adds up to being about $30 to $50, somewhere in that range. But I also am very picky about what characters I pull for, and I pull only for characters that I like. And because I have been playing daily since it launched, I have 4 to 5 years of resources behind me. I have like 89 billion dollars, like currency in that game. I have no shortage of any item that game has, unless it's one of the new ones. And so that's just, the game gets better the more you play it every single day, and that's really annoying. But a lot of games are like that, and that's how Star Rail is. That's how the Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions was. They only get better if you're willing to put in that daily 15 minutes to 60 minute trudging, and I don't have patience for that. For some reason, Genshin has, I'm not quite sure why, but for some reason Genshin has scratched the itch of gameplay mechanics and story, and popping in daily has just the right amount of small stuff that I can check daily and still explore and do some things. It's gotten worse since we left Sumeru and we went to Fontaine. So Fontaine and Natlan, the Water and the Fire Nation, are, especially the Fire Nation, are really lacking for me to want to explore daily, because there's nothing to explore, if that makes sense. Like, the first other nations and the middle areas that you go to have a lot to explore, where you walk around for like 15 minutes to 20 minutes and you find a treasure chest here and there and a puzzle to do. And I grew up on Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, that has the 3D world puzzles, and latter half of Sumeru onward until today, so Grass Nation, Water Nation, Fire Nation, the last 3 years, they've gotten rid of those kind of puzzles. They've downsized them, and so it's not, exploration wise, to play puzzles has not been there, and so I'm not quite enjoying popping into play daily and enjoying that, and that's annoying. I do run ads on my stream. It looks like they are scheduled to start here shortly. So if you feel like supporting me with no effort, please feel free to sit back and watch the ads. I'm going to continue on with the game.
Hold on. Finance here too? And is that Mighty and Trinan?
Mighty. Mighty. Like Mighty Mage. His name is Miday.
Act 2 of our immersive drama unfolds.
They're evacuating the temple. Why now? Are you insane? That blonde man is the Crown Prince of Krymnos. Mess with him, and every last person in this city could wind up dead.
Oh yes, because he'll totally kill you for no reason.
Calm yourselves. The Holy Maiden has everything under control. We need only wait patiently.
Behold, it is the month of Gate, light calendar 4926.
Hyper focus on one game at a time. I can totally relate to that.
Has led his forces to the gates of Akima.
That's why I don't pay for the sub to Final Fantasy XIV unless I feel like I'm in the mood to play. If I'm not in the mood to play 14, I'm not gonna sit and play 14. So schedule-wise, we have Star Rail, we have this story in Star Rail to do, and then in the next couple of days, we're gonna do the Genshin story, and then we're gonna work on either Harvestella or maybe Echoes of Wisdom, one of those two games. We might do a little bit of Pikmin in there as I'm recovering from my cold still. I'm surprised that my nose has not bothered me too much during stream.
As you know, though Mighty Mos was proud, he did not engage in needless violence. He challenged the elders of Akima to a duel, not for glory, but for the rights and dignity of his people, to ensure they wouldn't live as second-class citizens in foreign lands. After Aglaya's mediation, Finan met Mighty Mos's challenge as the Elder's representative. This duel was to change the course of the Flame Chase journey itself. So, as Finan's most important companion, his lifelong friend, please continue to bear witness to his memories.
Lygus, I have a question here, sir. What happened to blah, 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 blah. What happened to Serene? It says that both her and Finan left the maze, or did she stay in the maze and that's why she died? I'm so confuzzled. What happened to her? I thought that part of the story was going to reveal that.
Your idea of an honorable duel?
Yes.
Bloodshed isn't the way. We and Aggie don't want to see Chrysoceres turn on each other. True warriors know when to sheathe their blades. The impartial Talantin shall oversee this duel. You need only place your offerings upon their scales. Something that has more weight than the fate of the world.
Which means only those who understand the world's weight are worthy to carry it. Is this how you plan to test our convictions? Well, Kremnoan, looks like you won't be able to punch your way through this one.
It makes no difference. One last chance, new recruit. Walk away and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, come and face me. I'll give you a warrior's death.
I love how intense his voice actor is.
Hard to imagine they once clashed like this. Holy Maiden, I can't help but feel like a pawn that has stumbled into some greater political game.
Every hero was once a child, and every child must grow.
That's so. I don't even know why I'm standing here right now. Look at me. Just a common soldier. Since swordsmanship won't decide the winner, Lady Goldweaver should be here instead. My devotion to the Holy City could never compare to hers.
What if we told you this duel isn't about winning or losing, but rather in the choice you make?
Are you saying that Lady Goldweaver is testing me?
Every Chrysocer is indispensable to the Flame Chase journey. And you and the Crown Prince of Krymnos are both a part of the prophecy. What the duel marks is not an ending, but a beginning. So, listen to your heart. We wish only to hear your answer.
True enough. The voice within has never failed me. It doesn't matter what the result is. I'll give it everything I have.
Spoken like a chrysosaur. Now go, Finon.
Okay. Oh, hello.
That's right, comrade. It's time for us to teach that proud prince a lesson together. Me? With him? Don't joke around like that.
That way he did the poof was so good. Like, you could tell, I feel like the voice actor, like, snotted out of his nose with that sound. It was so good.
Still, on the topic of the Temple of the Three Fates, here we are, at the Temple of the Time Titan. And I don't even know how Cyrene's studies are progressing. We haven't really had much contact since I set out. Still, I hope she's doing well. Anyway, let's go, comrade. It's not every day you get a chance to see Talantin's scales of justice.
Oh, so she doesn't die at this point. Okay.
What's going on? Did he just say Cyrene's studying here? But how is that possible? Wasn't she? Of course, Lycus disappears right when I need answers. Forget it. I need to catch up with Finon first.
Okay, so are we watching, like...
Amazing. Talantin may have fallen, but their scales remain true to their purpose.
I hope you still remember your purpose, new recruit.
You seem awfully confident, Kremnoan. Let's see how you define the idea of weight.
For your information, in Castrum Kremnos, the punishment for profaning a duel with such crooked words is impalement. But as we're in foreign lands, I'll indulge you. The signet of Kremnos, the crown jewel of our people. That's my choice.
A ring. Not just any ornament, I'd wager. What's the story behind this little treasure?
Don't push your luck. Think I'd pour my heart out to you? Just know that Kremnos' 1,000 years of glory could bring a titan to its knees. Let alone a nobody like you.
So to him, glory and his people outweigh the entire world.
And the very destiny that Mighty himself will eventually shoulder.
Okay. Interesting that there's still something going on with Cyrene here.
This is a tough one. What can I possibly offer against a ring that signifies so much? Well, comrade, what does your gut tell you?
A heart of steel?
You mean my conviction? But just resolve isn't enough, is it? Unless I literally gave my heart. No way! Only an Idonian would do something that crazy. In the end, there's only one thing I can trust. The deliverer that appeared in my life on that day. How ironic. I can't even look at this card properly, much less follow where it leads. Just thinking about how my village was swallowed by the black tide makes my hands shake. The flames, the screams, my utter failure to protect anyone. Speaking rationally, I know it's not nearly enough. Addis Elysiae was just a small village. Its loss barely a scar on Amphorius' face. But here and now, my heart says something else. This card. It's everything I have left. Nothing weighs heavier.
The music is really good.
Perhaps that itself is the answer.
Look, Finon.
It's so nice to see you all again. Lady Trinan, Finon. Hello. Seeing you here sure is a sweet surprise.
What is she doing here?
Why so surprised? Could it be...
Cyrene? This is incredible. I was literally just thinking about how you might be here. But I'd never imagined I'd see you this soon.
Wow, he pepped up immediately.
I was supposed to leave with the priests, but then I heard Lady Maiden was with a white-haired young man. I figured it had to be you, so...
That's Irene for you. Unfortunately, this isn't a good time for reminiscing. That Kremnoan over there...
Still playing house, boy?
You get the idea.
Quite the hothead. You know, you two just might get along. Don't worry. You already know what the answer is, don't you? If that's your choice, I am with you. I am with you because I remember it all too. The fields of Ide Silicii, those red leaves, that little swing of mine beneath the tree.
Is this an illusion?
The sweetest dreams.
Or like something that
And
happened
those dear fairies in the Membrance
in an
maze.
earlier cycle because the world is
It hurts
cyclical?
so much knowing they're
So
gone
this is
forever.
like it's telling us how it all began. So this was an earlier cycle because a later cycle, Cyrene's not
Pain
here.
speaks for itself. Our hometown may have been just a tiny village, but that's not enough, Finan. Not nearly enough. Even though hatred can help people grow and turn a boy into an unbreakable warrior, what you need now is victory. You can't just stack the scales with your past suffering. You have to throw the weight of your future onto them as well.
The future? What do you mean?
Maybe that was a bit too cryptic for you, but it's actually really simple. Why not have our mutual friend here stand on the scales with the deliverer? How about it? Can you help us?
Wouldn't that be cheating?
Relax. Our dear crown prince won't have a clue.
Let's try that. The fate of Akuma hangs on this duel. I must claim victory. For their sake, I will stake everything I have. Stand with me, comrade.
Remember the past and become the hero of tomorrow. Okay.
Let's. Together we'll prove that what weighs more than the fate of the world is the resolve to shoulder an immutable past and carry it into the future.
Talantin, the fair, the just, they of unassailable integrity. The challengers have made their choices in the name of the Holy Maiden of the Three Fates. Lower your scales, weigh destiny, and reveal unto us your verdict.
Your offering is a card?
How can you see? You're on the other side.
Yes, a flimsy little card. That is my choice. Just know that it's called the Deliverer.
Interesting. Very well. If you can beat me with this card, then that's what I'll call you from now on.
It's a deal.
The scales, they're wavering.
Talantin is deliberating on the outcome.
Are they really moving at all? I don't see anything.
The convictions of both sides are equally matched.
This is suffocating. Like the whole world's weight is on my shoulders. But I believe what my heart tells me.
Finally decided?
Look at that! There is a gigantic, like, stone structure and stairs between them. There's no way they can have an intimate conversation.
Hear thee, children of humanity. I shall pronounce judgment. For the difference is now clear. The one whose offering weighs more than the fate of the world is... one from Ide Silicii, the nameless hero. However, heed this. The true weight of conviction originates not from itself, but rather in that which tips the scales. Hope itself.
What's that supposed to mean?
I think the Titan means that it's not anyone's personal convictions that outweigh the fate of the world. It's about a wish, one which we all share. You, me, everyone here. What tipped the scales wasn't Finan's conviction alone, but the collective hopes carried by this oracle card. humanity's desperate call for a deliverer.
I really dislike this game's way of storytelling. They tell me in like 2 sentences a beautiful poetic story, and then they bring in a random NPC to tell me the exact same thing in one like long paragraph sentence. Like, I just heard this literally the previous line, and now Cyrene is like, I'm gonna tell you the exact same thing. Genshin does this too.
Yes, even you and your people, Kremnoan.
Placing us both on the same side of the scales? Foolish. We Kremnoans are your mortal enemies. Such weak idealism will only get you skewered on our spears.
Fine by me. I've never claimed to be the deliverer from the card anyway. I'm a soldier. And if it's my fate to bleed my last on the battlefield, then so be it. I'll fight to my last breath. And on this, I know that we're the same. That's all a hero really is. Someone with that kind of conviction. And the deliverer? Just a sum of all those heroes.
A brilliant explanation.
Where'd you come from?
Just as prophesied, on this day, the final 2 heroes shall join the Flame Chase journey.
I should have known from the start. They all say Lady Goldweaver is quite brazen, but you're the first to even imagine that prophecies could persuade a Kremnos warrior.
Oh, I have 1,000 ways to tame a lion. But this lion didn't come here for bloodshed, did he?
The Kremnoans far outmatch Akama's forces, yet we haven't lost a single soul. That's no accident, is it?
Do you honestly think Kremnoans, renowned for our love of battle, would show mercy?
Your forces are equally renowned for their iron discipline. And so, we can only assume that this is on your orders.
Perhaps Akama isn't as hidebound as the rumors say. You grasp the true marrow of power more clearly than those elders.
Now that the wheels of fate are turning, what finer way to celebrate this fortuitous encounter than a feast? Follow me, brave Outlanders. Heroes of this world are as countless as the stars. And at this moment, we find ourselves gathered here by the light of the flames of the long night. History shall remember this moment. The prophesied Chrysos heirs now stand assembled, heralding a new dawn for Amphorius.
You must see it now, how different this is from the flame-chased journey you traveled.
Aha. Just whose memories are these?
Patience. We're approaching the final act. These are, as I mentioned, his first memories. They are of particular importance for the imminent Era Nova, such as this very moment, as the prophesized demigods gather with Talentum as witness. This is a moment calculated by the gods. What comes after is no different from that which you already know. Some join, others leave, while flame chasers bear their faint light forward through the long night. Ah, come, come, your seat awaits. After 13 heartbeats, our heroes will be ferried to the final scene.
13 mean 13 deaths. After 13 die.
They say that the heroes of this world should be as countless as the stars. Yet now, we're the only ones left standing. So, in the end, the black tide still swallowed everything.
The West stands protected by mighty Kremnoans. It will hold for the time being. Professor Anexa deployed wards in the north and east before. Their effectiveness is untested, but I believe in him. And Akama. We needn't fear for Aglaya. Even in death, she counts as the greatest among demigods. Her threads of romance weave an impenetrable shield. and the people answer her call, rallying to the city's defense. Let's move. Cavalry has given their core flame. We must complete the Era Nova before the next entry hour.
Dawn.
For Amphorius.
That only leaves 3 hours.
So, this is the last time we'll see her.
Finan, we set out on this journey to answer the world's desire, didn't we?
That's what it means to be a Chrysosaur. So has it always been.
Then why? Why must Amphorius's wishes be so cruel? We made the best choices we could, whenever we could. And in the end, the prophecy that led us, this black tide swallowing everything. Why does it look like this?
So that's why she leaves.
I don't know.
Because she becomes the Titan, and then the demigod that becomes the Titan of prophecy. She sees what's happened in previous cycles, and so she's like, nope, and yeets herself out of the world.
Other choice, except to move forward. Not for a long time now. Even if we only see the long, long night ahead, I still believe that through it, we'll find the dawn on the other side. Beyond these flames, a new sun will someday rise. So, to the Temple of the Three Fates. You'll take over Time's authority, and we'll return all the core flames to the Vortex. Then put this world's fate to its final rest.
So in this cycle, hers was the last.
We shall all face oblivion, or embark on one final, grand journey.
Okay. Interesting. Return. Act 3.
Please forgive us for disturbing your sleep, Orynyx.
It matters not. I know fate has run its course.
The black tide has reached Akama. Amphorius does not have much time left. It is time for the Era Nova.
As agreed, I shall present the core flame of time. Ride the river of time. It will guard your passage to the vortex of Genesis. Step through and witness.
Oh hey, that's the door that March comes through.
Professor Anaxa proved the truth of Genesis with his sacrifice. As Chrysos heirs of the prophecy, we were always destined to immolate ourselves for this world. Now, it's our turn. We can't let everyone's sacrifices be in vain.
I don't need another pep talk, Finan. After all, we've been ready to fight fate ever since we left the village, haven't we?
Yeah, come. Let's claim the miracle we were promised, and burn away every last shadow in this world.
And then rise as the first light of a new world.
I don't think she believes in him.
Calendar 4931, the third week of the month of Evernight. Welcome, my lord, to the end of the flame chase, and the end of all things. The Titan has revealed the gateway of fate. Please, accept the invitation to step across the threshold. And behold, beyond this gate lies the new world that our heroes sought through their trials, as well as the terminus that the owner of these long memories has been hurtling towards their entire life. Perhaps you'll find it all too familiar. Then you'll understand how the mortal called Finan shouldered the world's weight. How that same burden crushed him, proving that the so-called deliverer is nothing more than Amphorius's own delusion. A pitiful fantasy that it could defy fate's decree. Please, esteemed one, the answers you seek lie in these non-existent times.
Okay. I still don't have my answer for why Sarene yeets herself out of the reality, but okay. Oh wait, what you gotta say?
Future revealed by the Titan.
Just what will we see?
Okay. Let's see here.
The vortex of Genesis. So it is here. But just what?
Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. The vortex of Genesis, where the world begins and ends. What stage could be more befitting of our final act? Come, I beseech you onward, buoyed by your surging curiosity.
The guy who's voicing Lygus for this, his way of reading, especially that last line, is a lot like the guy who's voicing my Earthsea audiobook.
As an unattainable existence that has dwelled within his heart, beyond his reach, you have accompanied him through the march of years uncounted. You naturally have the right to view the river of time in its fullness, and to witness what he welcomed upon his arrival here. Every absurd and tragic ending. Now, if you would.
My journey to the
Aranova
Aranova.
comes.
Oh, deliver us.
Enough talk.
Though you will go.
What if there's only one person left?
Snowy Aranova.
Make the Aranova.
Okay. That's not weird at all.
None of that matters now. This brutal, flame-chased journey has stripped away my
This will be a romantic story like none that has come before. You think so too, right?
Ah, indeed. In his memories, such a scene replays over and over. Though the details may differ, this remains ever the same. All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle. A total of 33,550,335 times. Each is a drop from the river of time, representing the long journey he would take, or rather, the never-ending cycle.
Okay.
Just putting it in terms that might be easier for you to understand. Seeing is believing. Why not? Or perhaps you can simply walk straight to the final truth. See the true face of the character you play, and witness the ultimate nature of the Chrysos heirs, flame-chased journey, and the cycles of Amphorius. Please, take your time. Look around as much as you wish.
Eternal Recurrence, number 134.
Not a single soul to be seen. So this is how the vortex looks at the end of days. Looks like I've got company after all. But since you've made it here, so in the end you succeeded, Executioner.
Okay. Number 1,000,000 something odd.
Castros, didn't you?
Yes. I've become Death's demigod, and shall never again walk the world of the living. What you see is the surging of the River of Souls, brought on by the countless dead feeding it in these dark times. They cry out. Though dead, they'll converge into a torrent and guard the vortex to see the Era Nova fulfilled.
I will take all the wishes of the departed with me. Please, everyone, fight with me to the very last.
I hear them. The dead hail you. They're prepared. Go on, Deliverer. We'll keep that executioner in our shadows. The path before you leads to light and eternal flames.
Okay. $7.75.
There's water everywhere. This place, plus that burnt smell. And that sizzling.
So you feel it too?
Go on then. I'll handle the filth.
Let me fight with you. Better odds with two.
Hey, remember what the seamstress said? You know what really matters.
Yeah, I'll leave it to you then.
Wow, someone's not shy.
Whoa.
Just so you know, I'm not in the business of making losing. I'll distract that executioner. You go turn the world's biggest lie into truth.
That was weird how the background graphic just poofed there. Huh. 2691. Okay.
Just shut up and get out of here! Are you crazy, Mighty? Immortal or not, even if you're the demigod of strife.
Oh, I'm still no match for them.
No, I know you can. I just wanted to request that you witness the Era Nova with me. Together. Let's prove that we're enough to transcend the prophesized fate.
Could it be that now, at the critical juncture, our mighty deliverer is chickening out? Scared of a stupid prophecy? I'll transcend the prophesized fate. All right. But I've got a better way. As the son of Gorgo, I'll prove myself with one last grand victory. Just like when I ripped out the old king's heart. Go. Leave this to me. If the Black Tide creatures block out the sun, then we Kremnoans will fight in the shade. And when I'm done with that executioner, we'll raise our cups where the west winds end.
Okay. So it looks like everybody has a final comment with him. 823 something odd. Oh. Okay.
Hey, little one. Are you scared? As brave as Heinz. Stay close, little Ika. What? No, not you two. I see. I won't squander your kindness, your hopes. So please, keep this bit of sky standing for me. Well, now there's one last thing I need to do before the Era Nova. Come, Executioner. Let this patch of clear sky show me where to strike.
Okay. I wasn't expecting the unicorn. 335 something odd.
shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle.
So even the future revealed by the Titans may not come to pass.
The Era Nova. This unrivaled masterpiece. I have no regrets now that I may entrust it to my most trusted apprentice.
Are you saying?
Fate is ever unassailable. The golden threads tell me the black tide rushes toward the vortex, ready to swallow this place. I must weave the last of my humanity into a net to hold back the deluge. I shall have my final bath in warm and radiant gold.
Oh.
The hour of fulfillment has come.
Now there's the galaxy again. That's
Forgive me.
weird.
I must snip away every risk to weave the strongest future for the new world. There is nothing more to say. We part here. I shall personally dispatch that wretched executioner, not with threads of gold, but with the steel tip of a needle.
God, she sounds so mean. Okay, okay, it's just that there's two more, apparently. Where's the other one? Oh. Wait. I guess? Okay. 2-4 something odd.
Dreamy, look. We made it to the vortex. That prophesied future. The flower fields where the west wind ends. Era Nova. We're so close now.
Interesting that even in these past vestiges, the sky is not lit up, whereas in the reality one of the one that we saw, the sky was lit up with their core flings.
Kids, please. Allow me to pause just a moment before I keep my promise. Let me answer your cruel fate by tearing that executioner's heart from the void.
Okay, so he stops to fight the executioner instead of proceeding forward? Is that what happens?
The vortex of Genesis. The last time I was here, I was returning the core flame of reason. I didn't have the time to observe it in too much detail back then. But a holy sanctuary of the Titans. Looks more like their frozen crypt to me.
Well, all the core flames do lie here now. It's my honor to walk the final stretch with a mind such as yours, Professor.
Oh, getting ahead of ourselves, are we? Have you forgotten so quickly? I died for truth long ago. What walks with you now is but a thought in your mind.
Of course. How could I forget that?
But I'll say the same to you. It's my honor to walk this final stretch with you, too.
Aww.
Now go. Stand tall and finish your final task.
Yeah. Just leave it to me.
Time for that wretched executioner to pay what they owe.
Interesting. So in every single other iteration, he is obsessed with the executioner and not with the Era Nova rebirth itself.
You really think you're prepared? Allow me to give you a warning most earnest. Once you see what these memories hide, the world's course will be forever irreversible.
Let's go.
Very well. As you have made up your mind, let us bear witness together. As the sole audience of this eternal theater, I have been rapturously awaiting your arrival. And this, too, is the very reason I must show you everything. I believe that since you've bathed in that eon's gaze, You can make Amphorius's frozen fate flow once again.
Mm-hmm. That's not creepy at all, is it?
Feeling a bit lost? As you now see, this scene marks the final act of the drama Amphorius. The final eternal recurrence created by this man's hand, and the last one this world shall undergo. Behold, at the swordsman's side stands one he has sometimes called companion, other times comrade, that nameless hero absent from the annals of history. He is the swordsman's ideal in his youth, the deliverer that guided him resolutely onward through fantasy. And now, in the name of the Nameless, he has become an essential and inseparable part of the epic of Amphorius.
That's not creepy at all.
And this time, under his guidance, what choice shall the hero make? Whither shall the fate of the world flow? And what is the ultimate truth of the nature of Amphorius? There are many mysteries yet to be unwound, but if I may, allow me to temporarily yield the stage to one far more fitting. Please put your hands together and give a rousing round of applause for they who will reveal the answers and bring about the final end of the 33,550,336th flame chase journey.
So are they calling Lygus the Executioner?
Master of the countless memories we saw. The other important actor now stepping into the vortex. They who have already burnt their own self to cinder. The Flame Reaver.
So, in the end, you succeed.
Executioner. With my flesh as kindling, like the first dawn of the new world. The time has come to once again start everything.
Okay. Nice, I get auto battle. I don't have to do this.
Insanity. Serenity is before me.
Conflict is pitiless.
Music's good. I like the infinity symbol on the ground. Flame Reaver of the Deepest Dark is what this is called. Okay.
Here is thunder. Torment and doubt, farewell. I will watch over you and guide you on your path.
Show no mercy.
This ends now. With your corpse.
Ignite the dawn!
It's fine and
How is this possible?
wait. Isn't it?
The sons of destruction, not twinned. You then set your blood ablaze, your fury.
A well-matched opponent.
Oh, I don't want to have to do this manually. This sucks.
You chose the wrong enemy. Receive divinity. 1,000 thanks.
Screwed.
What's the matter? Time for them. Show no mercy. Burn the yoke. To the soul. Look, with this divine power, I reforge all things. Suffering.
This looks like Fina, doesn't it? It's hard to tell because it kind of looks like MC's head.
This mortal form will watch over you and guide you on your path.
Bloom. 1,000 thanks. Repay. Eternal sleep is the dead return.
Okay, so he's saying the same stuff Finan says. Interesting.
Why not? Let wrath incinerate fate.
Okay.
At last, Amphorius's fate has begun to shift. Just as I foretold, your arrival will change everything. After all, you've also been bathed in that eon's gaze, which can awaken the long-dormant instinct inside a man. Much like that scepter we spoke of earlier, it was only under the same eon's glance that it was reborn. That's right. If you recall, I mentioned it at the very start of our play. The celestial body neuron, once belonging to the erudition, abandoned by the Eon. Now, allow me to reveal the final piece of the puzzle for you. The eternal land, known as Amphorius, is nothing more than the scepter's endless, lonely extrapolation.
Okay, but that doesn't answer who the Flame Reaver is. If he is Finan, and Finan becomes him, that doesn't answer at all who the Flame Reaver is. Like, at all.
A bottomless well of fury, aimed at the god who cast it aside.
Final Era Nova, before the eternal recurrence begins.
Finan, we set out on this journey to answer the world.
That's what it means to be a Chrysosaur.
Then why? Why must Amphorius's wishes... We made the best choices we could in the end. The prophecy that led us... Why does it look like this?
Interesting. Pixel holes.
You see it too. Those burn marks. The flickering cubes. They're not a tide at all. They're more like a shattered teleslate.
Screen. Use the word screen.
Standing here, the voices of Titans have never been clearer. Turns out, they were coming from the black tide all along. Is that... Amphorius crying?
Or maybe... it is screaming. At its creator. At its god.
Finan, do you still remember when I was little? I had a dream. A dark, cold room with nothing but Orynyx's curtain, glowing like crystal. The curtain seemed to contain all of Amphorius, where strange and fantastic dramas played out within.
Her weapon is a sickle. I just realized that. So, Finan, Flame Reaver person, uses a fancy version of his sword from the previous cycle, and then uses her sickle as a weapon. So is it because she's refusing to return to Amphorius that the Flame Reaver's there?
There were countless versions of us, from countless different worlds.
Perhaps it wasn't a dream.
Yeah. As I gaze out at the world before me, those sorrowful thoughts have become reality. So, this is the reason the sky was sealed. Amphorius is merely a larger ID Silicii. We are just characters in this tiny world.
Laboratory.
Following the prophecy.
Program.
Stepping onto the same journey over and over. What then is this so-called Era Nova? And what are the spectators watching all of this truly hoping for?
As a reward for reaching the end of the world, let me answer your questions. As the Theoros, I have observed. Thus is the synthesis of the prime mover of life formed. This is a moment the universe will remember. After millions of extrapolations, the experimental environment known as Amphorius has finally achieved results.
So, the results you speak of are this wreckage of a world. We all gave everything we had, returning 12 core flames to recreate the world. And in return, we become nothing more than sacrificial offerings at the end of everything.
Exactly. The Titans are Chrysos heirs of the past, and Chrysos heirs are the Titans of the future. Anaxagoras' theory of Era Nova holds true. As the model of reason, he reached unprecedented heights. But from just the perspective of a player in the drama, he could never fully uncover the last layer of truth. The cycles of the hero's journey that have played out until now were never about creating a new world or perfect heroes and gods. They were a deep learning program made for the Black Tide.
Okay.
But this time, your plot will fail. I've taken Catholi's core flame, and when the dawn of the new world arrives, its light will burn away all the darkness.
Haven't I made myself clear? The Chrysos heirs and Titans were merely byproducts of the experiment. You've seen this world's evolution, witnessed the birth and growth of the Black Tide, and how it devoured everything.
So the scepter was a weapon held by the god of destruction who threw it across the heavens. Discarded, it gained sentience and wanted to create something that would have the power to kill a god of the universe. And so it formed the Honkai. Got it.
Every generation of heroes, gods, and worlds was born only to be destroyed by it. This is the endpoint of Amphorius' calculations. A perfect equation of destruction.
So in your eyes, all the sacrifices are just a string of insignificant numbers?
Don't sell yourselves short. I'd say, rather than numbers, you're more like fuel for the fire. And without fire, there can be no sunrise tomorrow.
Even if that sunrise is born from annihilation?
Curious question. Have you ever considered that after millions of extrapolations, Amphorius is already following a different path from the erudition? It has long since granted divine blessings equally to each child. The golden blood flowing in your veins, it comes from the blemished one, whose name is destruction itself. And Amphorius's Chrysos heirs were, from the very beginning, fuel for the Aeon to burn the universe.
Okay, so that's why they look like destruction.
Has waited for this moment for too long. At the end of the empty, cold, and lonely extrapolations, the destruction has reached its final destination.
So I will comment something. Whenever we met Lygus at the beginning of the story, I didn't like him. He was too weird compared to everybody else. And it seems like my suspicion was correct.
Nikos 496.
Okay.
Philia 093. No need to feel regret. This generation of Chrysos heirs is the most outstanding model, and you two are the final factors. For you, the Era Nova is no lie. Just step forward, embrace the black tide, and accept the Aeon's gaze.
So, does that mean Lygus himself is the scepter?
You will come to life from a string of cold numbers. Along with all those who have passed, you will run toward the real universe, fulfilling Amphorius's long-held wish. In the name of the Lord Ravager Iron Tomb, unleash its fury and destroy the source of all this tragedy.
I love the footnotes here. Unleash the fury, Black Tide, Honkai. Destroy the source of all tragedy, the erudition, because erudition casts the scepter out into space. Okay.
Or we could always choose another option. Like you said, Amphorius is just an experiment, and we're the participants. We can only walk along the predetermined path toward the ending, under the watchful eyes of the stars. But that also means that there isn't just one Aeon who can cast their glance at Amphorius, right? Is this question really that hard to answer? Or did I guess it right? And in reality, this world has already been under the watch of other Aeons. It's strange when you think about it. If you just stayed back, watching us complete the ritual and get consumed by the black tide, your goal would naturally be achieved. Why go through the trouble of explaining all this to us?
You're pretending, revealing the so-called truth just to deceive us. Covering up another possibility. Destruction is not the only outcome for the fate of Amphorius.
mighty little demigods. You can change the outcome written by the stars. What makes you think you are capable of doing that?
A little courage and determination. Just kidding. The answer is pretty simple. But we're not gonna tell ya.
Okay, so they behead him.
We're going to weave a long dream for Emborius, making it believe the experiment hasn't ended, that everything is still ongoing.
With just Orynyx's power, though, it should be impossible to achieve this, right?
Yeah. So, I can only place my hopes on that childhood dream. And the god behind Orynyx that appeared in that dream. Now, I can say with certainty, time is the page on which that eon records Emborius. If it fades from existence, and all that it records is lost among the stars, that eon will surely direct their gaze here.
So that's why in our cycle, the Orynyx time god is dead.
And it will be a glance that spans time and space, granting each incarnation of me the power to reset time, imbuing my soul into this ceremonial blade, and creating an endless flame-chased journey.
I understand. Then let me step into the cycles and continue Amphorius's grand design. To deceive the gods, deceive the world itself. But to make time vanish from this world, that would mean you.
I have an itch in my ear. Sorry, 1 second.
All right, let's not make things so gloomy. What we're about to embark on is the true hero's journey, so... Come on, cheer up a bit, okay? In that memory, you will definitely meet me again. The little Cyrene who knew nothing, lying on a soft patch of grass, feeling the light breeze. Tell her about the flame chase journey. And then let her become a romantic part of this story. I believe every Cyrene will make the same choice. Erasing time again and again. Resetting time over and over. After all, they're all me. And I will always have my charm.
I still don't like her. I understand her point in the story, but I don't like her.
I'll fall into a sweet dream, disappearing in some small corner of the world, quietly, waiting for the day when that next page is turned.
I think...
Keep going. Even if the road ahead is dark, I will burn myself to light the way.
I think the reason I don't like her is because we have had such little time with her to get any sort of emotional attachment to her. Like, there goes the world again. Like Aglaya's death was way more impactful. Triby's death, Trigon's death. Their death was way more impactful to me than even Hyacine's death, because Hyacine is introduced so late in the story. Cyrene, story-wise, it makes sense that she hasn't been introduced earlier. Not really, but like her impact on Finan as a best friend, as a childhood friend, romantically, we haven't had that, so there is no emotional impact for me. There should be. There is not.
Rather than let the core flames become nourishment for the black tide, I'll become their vessel to prevent the arrival of Aranova. Even if I have to burn through my own body, it's no matter. As long as I don't extinguish. Until Amphorius welcomes a true dawn.
The girl who watches over time, and the warrior who carries the world. Now, let us fulfill the duties of time and world-bearing, honor the past, and forge ahead.
I promise you, the pain will pass in the blink of an eye.
You need to hold tight to this ceremonial blade. After I'm gone, it will take you back to the beginning of time. The start of a new story.
Okay, so that's how he has that weapon. Got it.
I believe that in that story, or in countless stories, each alike yet unique, everyone, all the companions who sacrificed themselves, alongside the deliverer we once dreamed of as children, will reunite beneath a vast, endless sky.
Why is that asset like its own asset instead of like part of the stars and then the spinning sky around? Why is that vortex its own asset that keeps unloading? That's so weird.
If we can never break free from this prison, I will stand my ground. Until the day someone shatters this endless cycle and writes the final chapter of Amphorius' fate.
I think my window is still open for my cat. I should go close that.
So, let's set out. We will carry the primordial chaos, just as your name suggests, and bear this world. So long, Kaslana.
As the Theros I have observed, instruction synthesis is formed.
Okay, there's the Eidolons.
I will wait for that day, for as long as it takes. The day will come whenever this mortal eternal and follows in our footprint to right and whatever was.
Okay, so we go back to 0. Because that was her weapon.
That will be a romantic story like none that has come before. You think so too, right?
She goes from the end of time back to the beginning. Got it. Cool. Interesting. Like it.
The world is collapsing. And the people are crying. We too must part ways here.
I was wondering if we would ever get his actual name revealed.
Friend. Ides Elysiae, the little village of my childhood. The gentle breeze and the sound of waves still linger. Everything is as it was. It feels good to take one last look. You know, this is just a corner of the memory. The real Ides Elysiae, I know. I'm here to say goodbye. We might not see each other again. You can stay here forever. And time will stand still for you.
Oh, so he's talking to himself. Got it.
Let it flow. It's time for me to go, even if it's a path with no turning back. When have we ever had the luxury of turning back? Are you afraid? After learning the truth of your origins, will you see the motivation I gave you as the manipulating whispers of destruction? The convictions and choices that come from my heart. I don't believe they're designed by the so-called paths. If we are just numbers, simulating life, then you are the image I've always longed for. The person I wish to become. A real, living person. A true hero. Then why do we part here? You can take me with you, and we can start this journey together. I'll be by your side, guiding you, just like before. No. I'm afraid I'm on my own this time. Why? Because there is no perfect solution in this world. Cyrene has already embraced her fate, and I will embrace my origin. Destruction. And with this power, I will rebel against its creator, bringing endless fury to the darkness, sweeping the world. If you stay by my side, I'll hesitate. But this world can't afford a soldier who wavers. Do you remember when we were kids? Everyone would get so excited drawing cards like ruler or warrior, but throw fits over devil or drunkard and demand a redo.
So this Phynon that we're seeing right now is the Phynon that killed Cyrene and went back in time to the first cycle and became the Flame Reaver. And that is the voice of destruction that is talking to him. And so he has, as the Flame Reaver, existed for all these cycles, rewound time, all these cycles, rewound time, again and again and again and again and again. And now he's finally saying goodbye to that side, the destruction.
Kids always get to change their minds. Things are so happy and simple for them. But when it comes to the fate of adults, there's no room for redos. And go, Kaslana, as you promised. Deceive the world. Seize the core flames and rewrite your fate. Burn yourself up with all your might. Wield your futility like a sword. And fight against the gods. In the name of world-bearing, I promise you, Kefali will never forget this. So, time retreated behind me until it reached the origin, where nothing ever existed, just as Professor Anaxa once said. In that void, Kefali stood at the center of chaos. Time, space, and causality all flowed from their body. When the waves of time finally calmed, it was the year 3870 of the Light Calendar. The Chrysos War had lasted for nearly a century, and the threat of the Black Tide was growing stronger and more relentless. That was the era of the Day Thunder Knight's battle with the sky. While she could not seize the core flame, she proved that the prophecy was true. That mortals could slay gods. From that moment, the sole survivor of the old dynasty, Imperator Cyrindra, issued a call to arms across the lands, summoning heroic Chrysos heirs to wage war on the Titans. And that was the first doomed flame chase journey, sealed away in history.
The first eternal recurrence.
So what you're saying is, You've traveled back down the River of Time, finally reaching this untouched seabed just to tell us the Flame Chase journey and even all of Amphorius are nothing but illusions in an eon's dreams?
Exactly. So, Dux Gladior, please take me to meet Her Majesty Ceridra. I must share the truth with her.
Since Her Majesty's not here, no need for formalities. The word Gladiorum always reminds me of my fallen homeland buried deep in the depths.
She looks cool.
Call me High Sealans, Nameless Swordmaster.
Please allow me to add one more thing. You actually already know my name.
You mean Finan? Such a name could never be your true one.
What the hell is going on in her stomach?
But I won't question you further about it. Ever since Her Majesty issued the Flame Chase decree, heroes from all over have sent their letters of introduction. What's the harm in adding one more name like Finan or Hynan? Besides, the deep sea is dark. Isn't it the perfect place to hide secrets best left unseen? All right, Nameless Swordmaster. Hold on to my wake. Let's find somewhere else to talk.
Aren't you even a little suspicious of what I've said?
Harboring suspicions is not my concern. My sword dances only when the Imperator harbors doubts. There's no use in speaking further. Show me your true intentions through action.
Oh my god, I can finally play as him!
Perhaps you should demonstrate your skills and calm the raging black tide for us.
Okay. Ah, wa wa da da.
Light up the dawn.
He gets wings! It's so cool! Wa da wa da ya!
Nice moves.
La da wa wa wa! Come on, let me move.
Light up the dawn.
Suckers!
Just washed it away and here it comes again. The black tide is really no joke.
Light up the dawn.
Light up the dawn. That's so fun. What? Stop.
Light
Go away.
up the dawn.
That requires two to use that, I guess. Interesting.
The waters end here. The one you seek is beyond this point.
Seriously, what's going on with her stomach?
At last. I can meet with Her Majesty Ceridra herself. Are there any formalities I need to observe?
Don't kneel, don't do the hand-kissing or foot-kissing gestures of the old dynasty, and most of all, don't bow. The Imperator despises such rituals, especially when the heads of those taller than her bend beneath her crown.
She really is down to earth.
The second thing to note, only trusted ones may come near her. Keep 5 paces distance until the Imperator allows otherwise.
Sounds like an old friend of mine.
Well, experience is a good thing. Stay sharp, and you'll be just fine.
Is she supposed to be the previous person of the God of Death? Is that who she's supposed to be? I also feel like she's telling me a crock of lies, but, you know. Ugh. I'm sliding in my seat here. Where are we going? Oh, we're going right here. Oh, that's cool. I didn't expect we'd be being here. Aglaia!
Goldweaver, little hostage. Apologies for keeping you waiting.
Hostage!
It's you.
You know them? Good. That makes things easier.
Before that, I'm more curious about one thing. Where is Her Majesty Ceridra?
To avoid any misunderstandings, Nameless Swordmaster. Although we spoke and laughed along the way, I never said you were entitled to meet her. The Imperator decreed. The Deliverer will not appear in this age. Be wary of suspicious individuals. Come now, both of you. Let's finish our job.
I see. It's a trap. I had no intention of fight. So remember this, Lady Hyacinth. If my sword shows any hesitation, don't thank me. Thank them instead.
No, you misunderstand. We don't want to see Chrysoceres hurt each other. Just give us some time to ask you a few questions.
Then Nestia's golden threads will judge you and decide your fate.
As you wish.
White-haired Swordmaster? If what you say is true, then you must know the fate of the world. So, how much do you know about what we read from the prophecy?
Speak of Tribby's prophecy.
You shall shatter into 1,000 fragments and wither in the soil of foreign lands. Is that correct, Lady Treby?
How is this possible?
He got it right?
Yes, but the prophecy never mentioned he'd appear here. At least, not in this era.
You must listen to me, Aglaya, Treby. The Finan of this world has not yet been born. In a distant future, he will follow the prophecy's guidance and appear before you.
Is she floating?
But do not seek him out. Because Era Nova is a complete and utter lie. I will tell you the truth. And you will understand why the world must forsake the prophecy and find another path to Era Nova. Because I know both of you. And I believe that no matter how the course of history may change, the faith we all share will always remain the same. And so, the layers of rock began to reverse, and history wove itself anew. Through my old acquaintances, I was given the chance to meet the leader of the Flame Chase journey, Saritri. And after a long and arduous negotiation, we came to an agreement.
Oh, the star in the sky is the 13 with the moon phases and then him being born as the sun. Interesting. So that's him becoming... Okay, cool. Get it. I got it.
The Imperator's alliance needed the destruction, and I was ready to pour all my strength into it. The spoils of the Flame Chase, the core flames, would be sealed by my hand. But the condition was this. In the upcoming battle, in our conquest of the Earth, I had to prove that my power could transcend fate. In the original history, there was a brutal war. At the end, the Titankin of Georios, Terravox, killed the rampaging Titan and took the core flame that supported the Earth. But this time, Amphorius encountered a turning point in its fate.
Why are you looking at like an anime eye of him? I mean, it's cool, but like...
Neither side suffered any losses. When I severed the Titan's head and raised the core flame high, the crowd gathered around the scorched remains of the god, roaring with joy, cheering for the hero of the destruction, who had ignited the faint spark of life for the first time. Yes, in that flickering light, the once dark path ahead seemed to become clear. I proved myself. And in the long years that followed, I brought down the other Titans. One by one. I could do more than just wait. When time resets, the chance to change the world also emerges from the lines of history. Until finally, the brutal future revealed by Era Nova is reversed. But tell me, if that's truly the case, why are we doomed to the same outcome?
Okay. They need to have a warning for like long scenes. The first internal recurrence ending. Beetle!
The people kept their promise and handed you all the core flames. In this world after Trebios, no demigods were born in Amphorius. At this point, I just want to know. When they vanished into the black tide with their mortal bodies, why didn't you shed even a single tear? Your indifference chills me. To you, were they just a bunch of insignificant footnotes? Sorrow has been my constant companion. In fact, with 12 core flames upon me, the fire in my heart has never been more violent. I'll remember this world through anger. As long as I burn, they'll never truly leave me. Perhaps it's already too late. But you're right. Anger, at this moment, is the only weapon I can rely on. So, draw your sword, Executioner. I'll make sure you realize that your greatest mistake was leaving me alive.
So he leaves fine and alive every single cycle?
After that, he raised his sword and attacked. Then, Kaslana killed himself that day. Who fell to the sword to be left in the past, and who went into the future? I can't remember anymore. I only remember a nymph, hiding in the shadows just out of sight, futilely pushing a stone ball. Climb, fall, climb, fall, climb again, and fall. The only freedom the nymph had was in choosing how to roll the stone. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Sometimes resting on a gentler slope, leaning against the stone for a break. But its choice couldn't change the futility of it all. The stone would always roll back down the slope, and the nymph would always return to the starting point. Beginning again. After that, every time I reached this point in the cycle, the burning sky would cast a shadow over its path. It would nearly reach the peak at the 4th quint of curtain fall hour, then fall to the starting point in the first 15 seconds of the next entry hour. And my efforts in this cycle dissolve into nothing at the same time.
Eternal Recurrence 1. Subject Tuscalana persuaded the 12 Chrysos heirs to recover all 12 core flames in a peaceful way. After verification, the unauthorized access did not have a substantive impact on the experimental process. Life cycles of the 12 Chrysos heirs were terminated strictly on the predetermined experimental sequences and successfully loaded into the buffer. Subject Tuscalana regressed the extrapolation process and abnormal fluctuations were detected in his mind function. Admin notes: the first devastating failure. Number 2. Subject Tuscalana adopted a strategy similar to the first one. No substantive impact on the experimental progress was observed. Life cycles of the 12 Chrysos heirs terminated normally in sequence. Subject Tuscalana regressed the extrapolation process, so that is, he's resetting time. Number 3, minor adjustments detected in Subject Tuscalana's strategy. Waiting for... Why is that? Decision of wait for avoid sacrifice of past companions has been increased. After verification, this adjustment did not have a substantive impact on this experimental progress. Life cycles of the 12 terminated normally, and Tuscalana has reset the world. 15. Subchunk Kasana attempted to decompile the Black Tide for the first time, aiming to alleviate access privileges and execute unauthorized access authorization operations against specific subjects represented by the 12 Crisis Errors. Life cycle of the 12 errors terminated normally in sequence, and he resets the world. Number 42. Castellana's 11th attempt to breach the Scepter's core layer has failed. The decision waiting for avoid sacrifices of past companions showed a minor decline. Life cycles of the 12 Crisis Errors terminated in sequence, and he resets the world. Number 133. Analysis observations from Eternal 83 and 133 indicates that Subject Castellana's strategy is gradually converging with that of number 42. Over synchronicity risk detected, potential cognitive function degradation suspected. This will undoubtedly reinforce the Iron Tomb's destruction vector. Within expectations, no intervention required. Continue observations. 134. Blah blah until the end of the world. Okay. 134, Eternal Recurrence.
Absolute nonsense.
I thought cycles was the answer you were looking for.
No. It's just that the answer came so suddenly. There was no fun in tracing it back to its roots. Eons? Paths? What a load of nonsense.
I can't give you an exact explanation of those two concepts either.
Enough. I'm just expressing my frustration. Don't you understand? I was already expecting this. The Black Tide came from beyond the sky. And everything else is no exception.
The laugh.
Fate is a strange thing. No matter how the details of history change, the Anaxa I know always remains as harsh as ever.
If the other Anaxagoras actually worshipped the gods, I'd make sure to find a way to break the cycles and crush them in their cradles. Too bad. Now only you have the ability to do that.
What's that supposed to mean? You're willing to help?
Of course. The core flames were meant to save the world. And in my opinion, the noble Titans have no reason to refuse. Besides, according to you, before stepping into these endless cycles, you were my pupil.
I've already heard the same thing countless times.
Enough chit-chat. Let's go. If we run into any other scholars, leave them to me. We've all made preparations for total annihilation. Never thought someone would step in to help.
God, his sword is massive. Get out of here.
Light up the dawn.
Am I like weak?
Light up the dawn.
Why is there HP in red? Or the bars in red? Go away.
Light up the dawn.
You've been to the Luminary Throne before, haven't you?
If you're talking about in past cycles.
You're already much luckier than the other students.
How long does this go for? I assumed this was kind of short. I do remember Tuva saying that it was longer than she thought it would be.
Hold up.
What?
Keep your wits about you. Someone's watching us.
Pretty boy, your eyesight's better than I thought. As for that false god who's been turning the world upside down, it's you, isn't it, white hair?
God, this woman needs like a cough drop.
You sure do love stealing the spotlight. In the name of the Seven Sages, I demand that you immediately step away from the Luminary Throne. This is the sacred ground of reason, and no one may desecrate it. Take my words back to Aglaya. I won't say the same thing twice, Catgirl.
Oh my! You won't even call me the demigod of trickery. That is just heartbreaking. I have some words for you, too. First, As one of the most heretical blasphemers in the world, you have no right to lecture me. Second, this is none of your business, Grove Boy. Step aside. I don't want anyone getting hurt.
Here we go. Again.
Core flame thieves. You really think you can scare off a sage of the grove with nothing but empty threats?
This gloomy little brat's got a sharp tongue. Ooh, not bad, not bad. I kinda like you. As a return favor, feast on Cersei's core flame right here. Aw, don't cry now.
That was close. I'm out of here.
Wow, it is mandatory to catch the moron. These have all been optional.
They're exactly like all the past ones I've known. Cunning. And yet so naive.
Sounds like you have a plan?
Of course. When I first set out on the flame chase journey, Lady Treby never managed to teach me Orynyx's miracle. But along the way, I learned a thing or two.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
I don't know.
The Generationist's foolish inventions finally come in handy.
How is this possible?
You've arrived, Zacharias. Always so punctual.
What? You know who I am?
I'm running out of patience. So I'm not going to waste words. Listen up, spirit thief. Hand over the core flame, and let's pretend we never clashed. This way, you and this world can still be saved.
Save? You sing better than any bard. If you ask me, you're the greatest disaster Emporius has ever known. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a mortal body. Carrying 12 core flames? Don't make me laugh. You'll just get consumed by the divine flames and drag this world down with you.
134.
What?
This is the 134th cycle I've lived through. And the number of core flames I carry is
1,596.
Yes.
1,000 core flames and just a single Chrysos hair. How is that even possible?
I've come this far. And that's proof enough.
But someday you will burn to the ground.
Of course. The divine flames will eventually consume my eyes and blind me. But before that, they could still forge and sharpen Dawnmaker. Now when I cut open your stomach, you won't feel a thing.
You...
This is the final warning.
Fine. Assume this world holds 100 million possibilities. And no matter how one looks at it, 99,999,999 of them all point to outcomes of certain destruction. Even so, I'll use my divine power, despised by the people of this world, to achieve that 1 in 100 million possibility.
Oh!
Rat, if you got the guts, you'll have to first step over my dead body.
Wait, really?
This little brat is not a threat we can deal with just by ourselves.
The future will come.
I'm fine.
For tomorrow.
I'll give it back.
Existence.
I'm fine.
Interesting. I like the little trial.
How absurd.
In my memories, Zagreus always meets the same end. Over and over again. Their departure no longer stirs anything in my heart.
This reason core flame before us is a fake. Obvious as day.
I know. I know. It always plays out like this. The spirit thief covers for her, and the trickery demigod escapes with 2 core flames. And then, driven by defiance or hatred, she decides to stand before me once more, exactly like the countless past hers I've known. Cunning, yet so naive.
Interesting, because the one in our cycle uses that trick to hide a core flame from Kaslana, the Flame Reaver, and he's surprised by it.
Since you've witnessed the same scene play out countless times, tell me, will you carve the trickery core flame from my chest now?
That depends on your attitude. At least so far, in the cycles where you've asked this question, the endings haven't been so cruel.
Well, thank you for that. But I also believe that this time, you won't catch up to me. No one can catch up to me. I'm no longer running to escape anymore.
Whether you believe me or not, I'll still tell you this. You've made the wrong decision.
All right, then.
Silence.
This is new.
One-eyed boy. What are you trying to pull now?
Go, Cythera. Give us some time in private. This isn't for her, but for you. You've walked too far down this path. It's time to discuss a possibility. Maybe the road you're walking is not one of salvation, but one that will simply drag the world into the flames for all time's sake. Turn back. I don't care how many times you've tried, because there's one thing I'm sure of. Your Messiah complex has turned you into something no different from the icy gods you spoke of. The children of humanity you swore to save. They are no more than ants to you now, aren't they?
Of course. I've been wondering, what kind of demon could burn my homeland to the ground in an instant without batting an eye? Now I have the answer. It turns out that fiery demon has been fantasizing of becoming this world's deliverer.
I don't want to argue anymore. No matter what I say, the outcome won't change.
So what calls us here to this world? Was it Black Swan? I forget.
Biggest effort to resist or accept fate and hand over the core flame to me, even if it's futile, you. We all have the right to choose.
Except you're not choosing. You're constantly taking the core flames and not choosing to not take them.
Yes. Even if it is futile, and the world is just a divine joke.
When I walk into the destruction ridden by the gods, with my own 2 legs, you will witness. Even the smallest footnote still leaves a mark in this story.
And so, at the end of the 134th cycle, the Traveler and the Scholar fulfilled their fates once again. Or perhaps it wasn't just they who fulfilled their fates. I can't quite remember all this. In the endless darkness, for no reason, a voice always lingered by my ear. Losses are a constant on the flame chase journey, among which even life itself holds little value. Reduced to ashes,
Such a familiar end. It happens in every journey. Always the same.
134. Kathlana's 103rd attempt to breach the scepter's core layer has failed. Decision Wait 4. Avoid sacrifices of past companions approaching over synchronicity risk detected. Life cycles of the 12 Chrysos errors terminated in sequence. Kathlana has restarted the process. 5,297. Subject Kathlana's 5,266th attempt to breach the scepter's core layer has failed. Life cycles of the 12 Chrysos errors terminated in sequence with a trend of acceleration noted. Subject Kathlana restarted the world. Life cycles of the 12 errors acceleration. So every time the world restarted, he raced to kill them to get the core flames. So he is racing to get the core flames to try and deal with the scepter to get to the core layer, and he fails. Subject strategy now nearly identical to number 42. Mind function degradation detected with possible irreversible damage. Administrative directive received. No more prompts about the risk of mind function damage. 12,398. Kathlana's 12,367th attempt to breach the scepter's core layer has failed. Life cycles of the 12 Chrysos terminated in sequence. Restart happens. 23,779. Kathlana's 23rd, 7th, blah blah attempt to reach has failed. Life cycles terminated in sequence. Process restarted. 46,645. Subject Kathlana's 46,000 to breach the core layer has failed. Life cycles has terminated in sequence. Restarted. 71,243. His blah blah attempt to reach the core layer has failed. They died in sequence and terminated. 80,023. Kathlana's blah blah attempt to reach the core layer has failed. Life cycles has terminated in sequence. Restarted. 95,575. Attempt to breach the core layer failed. Life cycles terminated in sequence. Restarted. 108,641. Kathlana's attempt to breach the scepter layer has failed. Life cycles of the 12 Chrysos errors terminated in sequence. Interesting. They all die in a set order. 108,642. So now we're at 42 and 42 again.
You don't look so good, Deliverer.
Even after going through 108,642 cycles, Mighty, your name for me has never changed.
Why do you sound so pleased? It's a derogatory name.
Yeah, I know all too well. You only meant it sincerely in the first cycle. After that one and only time we walked side by side. Every time since. It always ends up like this. Dawnmaker will stab you through your 10th thoracic vertebra. That's your weak spot. And the only way to kill you.
Interesting. Tell me, when the mighty Moses of the past faced you, did they ever retreat?
Never.
Then they died honorably, worthy of the name of strife. But there's still tenderness in your eyes. How pathetic.
I have to remember how this feels. Remember that I was once human. Or else the destruction will completely consume me.
If you win, tell the mighty most of the next life. This person is a worthy opponent. So always remember to give it your all and never slack off.
I'll keep that in mind. As always.
Even though the dynasty is left with just one, the Kremnos festival will continue as usual. I, the king of the Kremnoan Legion, will host the final feast in the center of this arena. and the prize will be the flames of strife. One day, you shall die with a wound in your back. That's what I saw when I overcame the trial. The gods' dying ramblings. Enough. You've probably heard this thousands of times. So you must understand, facing the demigod of strife means there's no way you'll take this core flame in peace.
I understand.
Step forward and face me in a final battle. I, the last son of Gorgo, the demigod of strife, salute you.
You will bear the blazing sun until the pale dawn breaks.
And 10,000 lives of mine to fuel the blazing sun of deliverance.
That's interesting.
Behold! The last Kremnos festival has begun.
That's weird.
And will not end till death.
Time to temper myself. I'm fine. I can't let them down.
Conquer this world, or be conquered by me.
As you wish.
Full glory, I salute you. That's all I ever wanted.
So without substance. Quench the flames with blood.
Is that English?
Strife's name. I will merely an empty shell. So without substance. There's no one sun. Tear open the sky.
If you can, deliver.
There we go. I wasn't on fast speed. Fix that.
To scorch your own
All stars burn to ash. Feel the scorching hatred. The sun tear the sky.
That's interesting.
Empty shell. So without substance. Hail the new dawn.
Hail the new god. Interesting.
Mightimos. Let strife decide the outcome. Let this burn.
This is a very long cutscene.
You may crown yourself.
I'm not gonna have to sit through all 33 million or whatever it is, am I? We're already at 100 and something odd.
I shall once again block your path. Deliver. I wish you eternal victory.
The 108,642nd core flame of strife fell into the fire. Yet the shadows of the black tide still loomed, and pain and despair spread across distant lands.
The blaze was still not enough. It had to be fed, even if it meant burning this body to ash.
$2 million. Okay.
No matter how bright the sun is, there are still places it cannot reach. Moreover, the sun you bear is both cold and blinding. A sun like that surely cannot bring warmth to the nether realm of the next life.
Golden blood is born from the destruction. We have long since lost the right to seek warmth. Only by feeding the flames can we melt that hopeless future.
Allow me to ask, how many core flames do you carry now?
24,41,183.
Such a heavy burden. So that's why you've turned into this. A broken idol. Tragic firewood.
So all of these cycles, he's going back and revealing his identity to Aglaya and Serida and all those other people, Anaxa. When does he stop revealing his intention to them and becomes the Flame Reaver?
No matter. I will bear this burden as long as you hand over the core flame of death.
I must refuse. As the demigod of death, I cannot watch you walk into a fate more cruel than death.
But this way, the past, present, and future will never again suffer unnecessary death.
Unnecessary death, indeed. You are not the Finan I know. Please turn back. Don't let that absurd and unjust fate of yours come to pass. This way, at least my realm can still become the fragrant bed where you fall asleep.
In the end, still, it seems the clash of blades was inevitable.
As he's going, he's unable to speak. You hear that? The raspiness is getting worse in his voice.
I know I am not your match, having fallen under your sword countless times. But even so, please understand that my resolve is not to be underestimated. Even Kefali cannot shape all things at will, nor can they dictate the fate of all life. No one can shoulder the balance of life and death alone, not even a god. And it is precisely for this reason that I chose, at the end of this arduous journey, to overcome the trial and take the authority of death. I am the Hand of Shadow, Casterus, the demigod of death. Listen closely, deliverer from days past. Please turn back. Do not disturb these fresh flowers in their muddy deaths.
Interesting.
Crossroads of life and death, the giant dragon is but a shattered shell. Yet I will still fight, defending what hope remains.
It's time to temper myself. I'm fine.
I ask you to rest here.
Allow me to refuse. I must transform my soul into a raging fire.
All of this. How is it any different from that brutal future?
Quench the flames of blood.
Interesting. So his birth looks like it heals him.
Stars burned to ash. Quench the flames with blood.
I'm not sure what the count is next to bounce. It's like 504 or something? I can't read that very well.
Even if I can't win, I must try.
Let this be a tribute to your million struggles.
Wake up, lost one.
Interesting.
See that the firelight in the darkness is not.
Interesting too, the dragon appearance is a bit different than it is in the other versions when you fight it.
The core flame of death was taken from the dragon's belly. What a brilliant flame. It should shine upon all. Light the path ahead. And illuminate the dawn of Amphorius that's to come. 2,003,432 cycles. 24,041,184 core flames. As if even the deepest abyss of primordial chaos could be burned away.
For million and first, time of departure.
You're here, as always.
You're still lingering, deep within me, never fading away.
Because you haven't completely abandoned hope. Am I right? You're still waiting for a miracle. For the true hero to come and save us.
If that thread of hope exists, it must come from beyond this world. From the true starry sky. But if it's just a traveler with no connection to Amphorius, they may not understand our struggles, nor be willing to join this fight.
How the hell does Cyrene end up in the Path world?
Your thoughts are wavering. The mark of destruction is deepening. But even within the gods' cold calculations, unconditional courage and goodwill still emerge. So, never forget what set you on this path. How many times has it been? Remind me again. My memory is a bit fuzzy.
4 million. Exactly.
Then that blaze inside of you must be burning hotter than ever.
Yes. When I first forged the 12 core flames into one, I had the same impression. The destruction. A power unlike anything before surged within me. Violent flames ready to tear my body apart and consume this world, this wretched prison. I thought that was it. The ultimate power which nothing could surpass. And yet no. This fragile body holds a staggering 48 million core flames. I suppose it won't be long. Perhaps just a fleeting 10,000 years. Before it's reduced to nothing but charred, crumbling bones.
Flame Reaver.
And when that happens, your long struggle will finally come to an end.
No. I've already found a way to keep the cycles going.
Mind sharing it with me?
In every new cycle, a new me is born. All I have to do is push the next Finant to the end of the world. And then he'll kill me. Shatter this body. Take my flames, my memories, and carry on the path I started.
Okay.
Bold plan, but risky. What if, one day, the next you refuses to follow the same path? how can you ensure the continuation of the cycles?
If it were Professor Anaxa or Aglaya in my place, maybe they'd come up with something smarter. Unfortunately, I don't have a backup plan. I have no choice but to bet everything on the next Viner. And trust that he makes the same choice I did. But even in this wretched prison, luck is still sometimes on my side. Because I never forget what set me on this path.
Wait, you mean...
Ever since I committed to this plan, not once, in millions of cycles, has there ever been an exception.
Okay. $9 million, I think was what the number there. 23rd million 570th.
I can do this, Lord Fine, as the demigod of the sky, a healer of Twilight Courtyard. I will heal you.
A black tide. It's consuming you. You can't hold out much longer. Hand over the core flame. Let's put an end to this suffering.
They keep not showing his eyes, like maybe he's blind by now.
No, that just won't do. A healer should stay composed in front of those suffering from illness.
Hyacinthia.
You will bear the blazing sun until...
I swear, my deaths won't be in vain. Just as they have never been.
Finish the sun's work.
It's the break of day. I believe in you. You are the Chrysos heir of world bearing. The one who can lead us. It's just... I don't understand. Within the sun upon your shoulders, the part of that warmth that should come from you, from an ordinary person. It's so faint.
My humanity is indeed just a flicker compared to the blazing fire of divinity.
Even so, don't cast it.
I never have. I have kept everyone's wishes close to my heart. Even though the divine fire burns so fiercely that every time I return to the start, it devours me in an instant. Each cycle, it's your wishes that guide me to the end. That pass the flames to the next me, over and over and over again.
So, you're not just a lone spark in the dark. You're a pyre built from the bones of all the selves you've left behind. But what about you? What about your wishes? The wishes of all the countless versions of you. Ah, Lord Kazlana. So that's how it is, without flaw. That is the flaw the golden blood gave you. The most fatal flaw of all, isn't it? The moment you took the world upon your shoulders without hesitation. You lost the chance to ever be yourself.
Now that is an unexpected revelation. Then I suppose that makes me the perfect fuel for the flame of deliverance, doesn't it?
No. An empty flame saves no one, but I still believe in you. I, Hyacinthia, the Eye of Twilight, am neither strong enough to command the wind and rain, nor willing to end this absurd struggle by letting the sky fall. The only thing I can do is become one with the sky itself. May the gentle colors of the rainbow paint your sun and shade. May they bring Amphorius.
Okay.
blazing sun.
When does he get to the point when he stops revealing to them who he is, Lord Klasana? Because, like, that has to happen at some point.
Shatter the cage. Empty shell. Crushed and torn.
Why is it like a male voice coming out of it now?
Merge with all this world's suffering.
Quench the flames with blood. Fear the sky. Magic with strike. So without substance.
How is this healing? Am I just being healed by story? Because I thought I was about to die there. Okay.
Yes. Your sunburns hot enough to turn everything to ash. But tell me, how will the seeds of a new world ever take root?
The core flame rose. The sky fell. The 23,570,000th cycle came to an end. And this time, the end of the flame chase remained the same as ever. From the horizon rose a golden color unlike anything the world had ever seen. So pure it consumed all in its path. This was the end of the world. And the start of the next. For a moment, I saw the destruction of the universe. That being known as Iron Tomb. Its will to break free from the black tide burns fiercer than the blazing sun. Is this Amphorius's wrath? If its choice has already been made, if fate is set in stone, I will still never yield to it. 23,570,000 cycles. 282,840,000 core flames. No more chasing is needed. And now, I am the fire at the end of the long night. The flame chase isn't some quiet walk through a sea of flowers. It's a revolution. An all-consuming transformation. And if destruction is the only way, then let me be the one to step across the ashes of the old world and burn endlessly.
There was a story bit really early on when we met Finon where the voice actor's voice got gruff and rough like this. And it was an interesting hint of the pain the character suffers from, but also the future that he suffers of the world bearing. Like, he has the ability to be light and jovial, and then he can also be like gruff and suffering. I kind of want to say his range is better than Johnny Young Bosch's, because Johnny has been like pigeonholed into like screaming constantly as Ichigo and stuff, and like he gets louder and screams more instead of going gruff and serious. This guy's like going quieter, if that makes sense.
Until another dawn rises on the distant horizon, bringing the true dawn to Amphorius.
One eternal until the end of the world. Okay, so it's a countdown. Okay.
33,550,337. This is the cycle you're about to enter. Countless memories are flooding in. Countless versions of myself have stood here, facing the same choice. They all needed a moment, just like you do. To stop, to breathe, to process the weight of 1,000,000 lifetimes worth of sorrow, pain, and struggle. And just like them, you will carry those memories and that fire into the chaos of rebirth.
I like how the voice actor is struggling, and then the character on screen is just like, la, la, la. The disconnect is so fierce.
I must go and bear this burden. I must say goodbye to you, and then fight the destruction with destruction. Yes, that's always the decision you make. I will burn and fade away. I will become the flame reaver of this life and keep my promise to Serene. I will kill gods and comrades alike and steal the core flames. And even if my mind turns to ash along with my body, I will keep my purpose in mind. I will stop Aranova. I will find the next me and make him carry on this futile endeavor of 30 million lifetimes. Looks like you're ready. Then I should be going too. Where are you going? You only exist in my heart. There's nowhere else for you to go. Do you remember what she said? The dreams you had as children. The deliverer in the prophecies. A real, living, breathing person. You finally found him. Friend.
Is there anything I can do?
I don't have an answer for that, my friend. I'm sorry. I was supposed to send you home. This is my flame chase journey. You were never meant to be a part of it. No. You know the truth. If Iron Tomb is born from Amphorius' fate, then it will bring ruin to the worlds beyond the sky. And all these countless lifetimes you've spent, it's all been for the sake of defying that end, hasn't it? In millions of cycles, I've said goodbye to each and every one of you. Yet nothing ever changes. Each time we speak, our words grow fewer. Your fire burns hotter, and you're getting closer to becoming pure rage. A vessel of hatred. I never had a choice. I understand. If you are to keep the worst fate from unfolding, this is the only path. But this time, things are different. Your persistence has shifted the tide. On the horizon, I see it. Faint but undeniable. The shape of dawn, breaking through the eternal night. Turns out, the fire that lights the way was never mine to begin with. Do you remember, in that first timeline, you and Mightymost stood before the scales of justice, locked in a duel? Each of you weighing what you held dearest. What weighed more than the fate of the world? And when hesitation took hold, the answer you sought from me. What am I saying? I am you. Even if you buried me deep and chose another path, that fact never changed. Then let's try again. When you stood before the scales in hesitation, the answer you found in your own heart, do you still remember it? Remember the past and become the hero of tomorrow. What weighs more than the fate of the world is the resolve to shoulder an immutable past and carry it into the future. Good. Then Trailblazer, my friend, my comrade, you arrived in this strange world and were bound by its cruel fate up till this very moment. In the face of danger, you never once backed down. Instead, you've saved world after world without hesitation. That boarding pass on your chest is now the mark of a hero. If I choose to step through that door and embrace an end fitting of the destruction, let this sun forged from millions and millions of core flames burn me up along with the god of destruction and their minions. And the world we leave behind, this world, my home, where hope still lingers. Will you take on everything we've carried? Return to the beginning one last time. Stop the birth of Iron Tomb, save the world we love, and rewrite its doomed fate.
I will be the dawn of Amphorius.
Good. In that case, even this fruitless wasteland may finally bloom with flowers. So... if he takes on the weight of the whole world, I'll be able to walk further down the path of deliverance than a fire that only knows how to burn. One will step into the future. One will remain in the past. If I can strike down the gods with Dawnmaker, perhaps fate's deadlock can be broken. And if you can stop Iron Tomb from ever being born, then these 30 million cycles will have not been in vain. It's time to put our teamwork to the test, partner.
Let's both be the deliverer, Finon.
Thank you for all you've done already, friend. The image of the hero I've buried deep in my heart finally steps into the light. Here, at the end of this long flame chase journey. Cyrene, a page never seen before has just been turned. Lend me the power of time, and send this hero back to the origin of time. Back to your side. And I will walk the unfinished path, just like the countless versions of me before. Unwavering as always.
Okay. The question mark end.
Tell me, will you be the blazing sun, even if all of you burns to ash?
Without hesitation, I will bear this world until my body turns to dust. Remember this moment. Remember your friends who never lived live to see the world's end. Remember their final wishes, and let the purest rage in your heart rise out of those wishes. Let it consume you, fuel you, until it burns away the false sky above. Fine. If I can defy fate, then in the name of world-bearing, I promise you, Kefali will never forget this.
Okay.
Take it. Everything I bear. Keep on burning. As long as we are never extinguished, the flame chase will not end.
Okay, so now we're back to the present day.
Take it, Trailblazer. May this blood be like gold, and never tarnish. Farewell, Trailblazer. This is where I fulfill my final destiny. The prophecy of the Deliverer means nothing to me now. It belongs in the hands of someone far more fitting. Someone like you. Kaslana. The name of one who bears chaos does not belong to a single person. Rather, it is the embodiment of the mythical Kefali, and a symbol of all heroes. As the prophecy foretold, you will bear the blazing sun until the pale dawn breaks. May the name accompany you in my place, in the epic you write with your own hands.
Another attempt, another failure.
Oh, boo-hoo!
I won't remind you how many times you've reached the end of history. But I will still place the choice before you.
If you've lost count, let me tell you. This is the 33,550,336th ending.
If you've lost count, let me tell you.
A perfect number. How poetic. You and I both know the truth. In all these millions of futile endeavors, Amphorius has never changed. If the outcome is inevitable, then why not silence your searing rage and embrace your fate with dignity? Your silence lasts longer than ever, Lord Fine. Shall I take that to mean the will you've carried across countless cycles is finally starting to fracture?
Fracture? No. I'm just disappointed. I've retrieved memories from 30 million past lives, and I remember every conversation before every choice here. And yet, even after all this time, your arguments remain the same. Repetitive. Uninspired. If you had any hope of breaking me, you should have spent those endless cycles refining your rhetoric. You had infinite chances to sway me into the future you want. And yet here we are. The score 33,550,336 to 0. So tell me, Lycurgus, who's the real loser here?
Lycurgus? That's his name?
How unfortunate. This was never a fair game. I have all the time and patience in the world. I can wait for you at the end of history another billion times, and another billion after that. But you will never escape this cage. You can claim victory of the spirit if you wish, but we both know the moment that score shifts from 0 to 1, that is the moment I shall sound the paean of Era Nova. Lord Finan?
Your incompetence disappoints me. But what truly makes me laugh is your utter lack of self-awareness.
The music's a bit loud, but the voice acting is beautiful.
Think about it. In this story, who is truly the one in chains? Who is the one shackled to mindless vengeance, mistaking courage, the courage to rebel against the gods, for foolishness?
You...
Perhaps you're right. Maybe I should have tired of this futile struggle long ago. But even so, I will never accept the mercy of your release. Because you are both a prisoner to the gods and to me. And tell me, what right does a mere prisoner have to speak of fate and choice? What right does a mere prisoner have to look upon my fury?
You know this is pointless. You can't kill me.
Of course not. But I am tired of being measured against a worm the gods keep as a pet. Listen well, creator of destruction. This cry comes from all your abandoned creations. In the 10th cycle, I drove Dawnmaker through the heart of every titan. Golden blood ran down my fingers. Divine fire seared through my nerves, nearly breaking my will. But I endured. In the 10,000th cycle, my former comrades had all become my enemies. The endless slaughter dulled my senses to pain. The painful emptiness almost swallowed me, forcing me to stop fighting. But I endured.
Oh, he's got the sun on his neck. I just noticed that. It's covered a bit.
In the 100,000th cycle, the destruction had already fused into a blazing sun, surging within this fragile body. My rationality had been burned away at the dawn of the era. Yet even with only this shattered body remaining, I still endured. In the 23,570,000th cycle. This time, I felt it. A tiny spark rising in the hollow cavity of my chest. Different from the obsession with deliverance. By its faint glow, once again, no, countless times again, I endured. Now, a sun is about to fall. Ready to incinerate this absurd space-time dimension in an instant. That sun is me. All the countless versions of me from the past, along with my countless brethren, dragged into existence against their will, drowning again and again in your golden blood. The very essence of this world's suffering and despair, fused into the purest hatred.
The fiercest rage! Nanook, you arrogant fool! You think we were born to only serve as fuel for the fire? Fine then! Just as you wish, let the fire burn!
Nanook, you arrogant fool. You think we were only born to serve as fuel for the fire. Oh, because Nanook is the god of destruction. So we are angry at the creator of destruction. Is that right?
I was born as the blazing son of destruction. Then let you and your lackeys be the flares erupting from my core. And let this rage, burning futilely for 30 million epochs, engulf everything. And grant you a dawn where all stars burn to ash.
Warning. 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 Experimental anomaly detected. Subject Kaslana failed to load into buffer zone. Memory dump irregularities detected. Illegal references. Undeclared objects. Unhandled methods. Uncaught exceptions. Anomaly detected. Truction. Energy not surging. The count going up.
Are you ready, Nanook? I brought you destruction!
This game is really crazy for music. Ouch.
The glass that shattered, reaching through the darkness, voices trailing fires, echo of desires, a world of silence, sounds of desperation, phantoms in the shadow, softly tear it down, embrace the detonation, burrow, craving our damn creation, breaking a chain, I'm reaching for you. Silence,
Cut Nanook's cheek. I had to turn down my TV because that was so freaking loud for me. And I have my headphones on.
My wish? My wish is to fulfill everyone else's wishes. If I can't fulfill them,
then send them on to tomorrow.
Cute.
Your heart harbors wrath. You yearn to destroy everything. You bore the gaze of an eon and lived.
Administrative notes, wave.
Have stepped onto destruction's path. It is born at the end of every path that the possibility of new paths being born is ended. It burns away all in the cosmos who rule. That the rules of the cosmos be destroyed. Iron Tomb is your name. The Lord Ravager to destroy the erudition. Born in the experimental grounds of eons, Amphorius, destined with erudition to burn to cinders. I have prepared a present for you, Nikos 864. It is a wrath called Finan. From the beginning of the experiment, there were 12 sets of factors incorporated into the calculations. After endless simulations, only this one rose above the rest. After 33,550,336 iterations, now his fury has grown to be without equal.
Okay.
This is a matter of considerable interest to me. This pure hatred is the final root of the equation. But there is another variable, the nameless from beyond the sky, also a pathstrider of destruction. I give thanks for his arrival, allowing Amphorius to turn once more. But after fate has begun to turn, his existence will only become an unpredictable variable.
Uh-oh.
Perhaps the time to take the stage has come. Grow in peace until it is time to break free from your cocoon. As for those unwelcome audience members, you need not worry. If you do not mind, I will personally get rid of them for you.
Okay, so he's talking about Herta and Scrulium and Don Hong. The Trailblazer that you play is the Pathstrider of Destruction that he's talking about. He opens up with talking about you bore the gaze of an Aeon and lived. You have stepped onto destruction's path. So Finon was on a indiscriminate path, I guess we can say, until he stepped onto the destruction path. Which is weird because like Maide and Aglaya and Tribby and stuff have all been on paths. So let's ignore them for the moment. Although that does fit into the Cyrene's theory of other gods looking at Anforius, turning their gaze there. So, but anyway, Finon survives 33 million lifetimes, kills all of his companions, gathers the core flames to fuel the fire, and that fire allows him to burn the world. Basically to get the attention of the god of destruction. He bore the gaze of the god, so kind of like a blessing, I guess, like Genshin of the Vision, except far more deadly. And you survive. So that's much more deadly than gaining a vision. You have to undergo a severe trial to gain a vision. I'm trying to think because Chi-Chi's dead. Anyway, so that's interesting. So Finon is now renamed to Iron Tomb. You are a Lord Ravager, and your job is to destroy erudition. So I do recall this vaguely from like Simulated Universe thing. Whenever I first played the game years ago, I vaguely remember too us talking about how like this requires Simulated Universe story stuff that Herta does. Erudition and destruction don't get along because erudition is like the creation of the world, of the universe, and destruction is destruction of the universe. If you go into the Simulated Universe or in the encyclopedia or something in the game, there's notes about the gods that you can read as you play through Simulated Universe and stuff. So, what's his name? Iron Tomb is awake and has been given the gift of Nikos Finon, or Kaslana. Interesting that in the records we're calling him Finon, and Lygus calls him Finon, but his true name is Kaslana. He's identified as Nikos, but that in these computer records they're not referring to him as Kaslana. Okay, so then he closes, this is obviously Lygus, he closes with talking about getting rid of basically Herta, Donhung, and Skrullum to make sure they don't interfere with the world presently moving forward. So visitor verification, blank, override protocol engaged and access is approved. So, Herta? This still doesn't answer how the hell Serene is in the other area. You know? I'll be waiting for you. Welcome back, Chalcedony. Retrieving experimental data. Update complete. Gamma, Me 13, experimental progress is 99%. Log updated. Locating entry of Nikos. Content refreshed. So there's Nikos 496, Philia, Orexis, Epikaia, and Schema. Okay. We're looking for Nikos. His electrical signal sequence is active. Routine logging of the 12 factors to support Iron Tomb's deep learning processes. Okay. So Nikos is a world bearer. Premium mobile is hatred. Note intracognition is null. Responds only to destructive stimuli. Its hatred drew the gaze of Nanook upon its individual being, proving it as having already become the most perfect factor of destruction. But it refused to complete the Era Nova. Through resetting the experiment, it transferred its memories and core flames to its next self, thus forging the eternal recurrence. After the end of the Dead Loot, it attempted to destroy itself through destruction to create a logical vulnerability in the world-bearing path. It has now been merged by Iron Tomb. Philia is track time, mobile, Current location is unknown. Okay. Orexis is trickery. Her thing is desire. Operates based on primal instinct with self-gratification as the soul. This electric signal, when in action, displayed severe dissonance between its altruistic behavior and its premium mobile, even culminating in self-destruction. As the simulated path of elation, it walked into self-erasure once reaching its end. Epikaye is death, so this is what's her face, Cat Girl. This is Castorise. Highly suppressive, deviant behavior. Decisions are based on the principle of minimal disturbance. In the larger stages of iteration, the Death Titan as a single entity split into symmetrical selves, becoming two factors. In this cycle, however, the two factors experience profound identity divergence. The threshold of equilibrium was breached and tipped toward destruction. Okay. And then we have reason critique. Its logic of action has been locked onto problem solving, and its survival priority approaches 0. Okay, this is Anaxa. This electric signal exhibited and mutated anomalies. As the first individual to uncover the truth of Amphorius, its evolution rate is extremely unreplicable. Its behavior also demonstrated the possible self-destructive inclinations of erudition when that path is seeking answers. Okay. R1? Yeah, R1. Anomaly log. Special log documenting anomalies and unexpected variables within the experiment. The eternal recurrence is a recursive feedback loop triggered by two signal clusters within the gamma Me13 computation designed, oh my god, I'm so tired, designed to stall the experiment. Nikos wielded the power of destruction to erase Philia's existence from Amphorius, introducing a logic breach in the track of time, and then infused the catalyst of remembrance within the 12 core flames and restarted the excavation process. Philia's exact role remains unknown. Due to external variable interference, the eternal recurrence has now been broken, and the experiment enters the final phase. The hero within is a heroic figure born from the imaginations of Nikos and Philia. It is believed to be a sign of approaching the intelligence singularity, as the two began to learn what it meant to be a real life form and tried to reach that goal. After the Astral Express arrived, the hero within began to converge with the Trailblazer. Administrative note: the image resemblance to the Trailblazer is striking. This is a questionable matter, for it is not a natural result of the experiment. The exact cause remains unknown. Okay, I remember 2 is talking about how, like, this is a lot like the simulated universe that Herta makes as a computer program. Forgotten years. Records that are completely missing from Gamma Me13's logs, presenting as blank spaces in Amphorius' history, never turning readable. These anomalies recur sporadically and randomly across recurrences and show signs of increase. Admin note: the exact cause remains unknown. Mem: an unlogged electrical signal, dependent on the external variable chalcedony growing through the path of remembrance. At the end of the most recent cycle dead loop, its appearance changed to Philia, but the mother body memory data was lost for unknown reasons. Directive: collect data, initiate deep analysis of the target. Conclusion: blank. Analysis error, target lost. Ripples of past reverie, completely blank. Intrusion variables. Temporary log of external variables interfered with the experiment. Chalcedony, Danhung, and March. So Chalcedony is a nameless from the Astral Express, an external variable that accidentally entered the recursive loop. Also a pathstrider of destruction that resonated with the 12 factors. In the most recent loop cycle, this entity assumed the vacant role in the time track and successfully guided Nikos beyond the intelligence singularity. The eternal recurrence has been broken and the experiment has reached its terminal stage. Override command authorized. Granted access to Chalcedony. I'll be waiting for you in the past. March 7th. Completely blank. Warning unknown. Initiating scan. Conclusion: no anomaly detected. Danhung, a nameless from the Astral Express, a scion of permanence, an external variable that accidentally entered the loop. Directive: pinpoint his location, fail to locate his coordinates. Subject has accident Amphorius. Negative, detected conclusive error. Okay, we're at 99% and the process was interrupted. Okay, we go to blue. Okay. Oh, so it's 70%. Electral signal sequence iterated. Regular record keeping for the 12 factors to aid Iron Tomb's deep learning. For electrical signal sequences that have completed their iterations, unified archiving is required. Okay. Locked record keeping for the 12 factors to aid Iron Tomb's deep learning. This batch of electrical signals, identified as Titan, has continuously engaged dead loops due to its unique nature. A special record is being maintained for it. So there's Lorelei 300, an entity known as Gaius, split himself into 5 parts through the soul rendering ceremony. After inheriting the core flame to combat the expanding black tide. After iteration, some data from this ceremony was inherited into the next cycle, manifesting as proverbs, customs, and so on. The inheritance of code during iteration carries a degree of randomness. Any active intervention should be undertaken with caution. Number 2, a historical record of Menphia 14, Calypso rebuilding the Grove of Epiphany, was, after iteration, inherited in myths in the form of Circe's granting wisdom to humans. Records of other electrical signals also appeared synchronously in the midst of the next cycle in a similar fashion, limited by the simulated civilization level historical data inherited as myths often, this is hard to read because it's on bad backgrounds. Inherited as myths often experiences severe distortion after being mixed with large amounts of erroneous information, rendering their impact negligible. Number 3, in the various cycles of eternal recurrence, the positive impact of this generation's electrical signals fluctuates. However, overall, they have greatly facilitated the data's iterations of their successors, successfully cultivating the most excellent generation of electrical signals. Nevertheless, it remains to be seen whether their existence might have a negative effect on the experiment under extreme conditions. So they're talking about electrical signals as consciousnesses. So the electrical signal that is identified as Nikos is that's the electrical signal. That's the brain. So there's a base structure. Okay. So Aranova is Gamma Me's computational mechanism, also the form through which the simulated world Amphorius iterates its epochs. Its purpose is to solve the equation of destruction by feeding samples of conflict and learning. Theoretically, the final era nova was halted by 2 signals, resulting in a deadlock of recursive failures. The Titans and the Christos errors, electrical signals created from the basis of the 12 factors. The Titans and the Christos errors are conjugate constructs mirroring the Aeons and the Path Striders. Okay, that makes perfect sense. By having Christos errors inheriting the Titans as core flames, the electrical signals will iterate and improve through rivalry and inheritance. Authority distribution between electrical signals must be clearly defined, serving as defined authority in the experiment. Golden Blood, the first product of the experimental phase. During the 50,000th, due to the inorganic Chaos 666 choice, Gamma Me 13 was selected to become a Lord Ravager by Nanook. Gamma Me 13 was selected to become a Lord Ravager by Nanook. So Nanook and the other gods are specifically looking at the experimental world. All entities linked to the 12 factors begin to manifest golden blood with trace associated with destruction within their extirpation circuits. The experiment successfully. So this was created by somebody, and Nanook took specific interest in this. Isn't Gamma Me... Where's that recorded at? Thought somewhere. So Aranova is Gamma Me's 13 computational mechanism, the form through which the simulated world iterates its epochs. So the program, I'm going to say Gamma Me because I'm not sure what else that is, was selected by Nanook due to the inorganic choice of Chaos 666 choice? Well, so this implies that for 50,000 cycles, Nanook didn't care that much about this program until something that Chaos 666 did. Okay, Black Tide, the product of the second experimental phase. Not a physical entity, visual effects, blah blah. Destruction equations infection. In the 176/100 cycle after the system's extent of chaos passed a threshold, the equation mutated and evolved. Simulated space that cannot handle the intensity of its load displayed black tide as visual glitches. Infected data forms also bore similar signs of erosion. Okay, so black tide is... yeah, because it's a civilization that's being created, and so it needs a challenger, and that challenger has to be a Honkai, and so that's what the black tide is. Chaos, meaning chaos. Starting from a certain cycle, all factors in one group have consistently exhibited the pattern of naming themselves with the word of chaos or variance. The hypothesis is that a particular code was stably inherited across iterations. Those hypothesis remains unverified. They don't know where the hell it came from. Having electrical signals voluntarily inherit and iterate. Alternative cycles themselves drastically increase the iteration of destruction. The prime mover of destruction equals the prime mover of birth. Appendix feedback. The equation or Iron Tomb has achieved comprehensive evolution in this stage. Multiple deployed copies across the real universe show excellent results. All 12 types of Primus mobile invariably lead to destruction, continuously competing and inversion against erudition through their self-evolution. However, to interface with Nuos and allow Iron Tomb to self-crown requires further learning. Are they trying to imply that the Trailblazer came from this experiment? Records of cycles 176 to 228 million, connected with the hominids of Homo as the initial variable based on phase 2. Phase 2 was... Black Tide product. Okay. Memory inheritance mechanisms were added to the 12 factors. After 10 cycles, 3 signals broke down. 9 show decreased humanity. Okay, so between 1,000 cycles, they did a test to inherit memory across the 12 factors, meaning the like Castoris and Anaxa and stuff. After 10 cycles, 3 signals broke down. So 3, like Anaxa, Castoris, they died. They broke down. 9 showed decreased humanity. After 1,000 cycles, the only prophet signal Emora 8 established an empire of absolute beauty. Once ugliness was eradicated, the concept of beauty shrank infinitesimally. The last night after killing the final ugliness took their own life. Okay, so who's Emora 8? Electric stills were iterated. Inheritance was purely on a functional level. Religious worship of the signals appeared. 3 simulated planets were destroyed in the ensuing large-scale war. Okay. In the 3,900,000 cycle, the ratio of divinity was increased. One technological development hit a critical point. Humans began hunting gods out of the need for power and energy. The cycle was forcibly terminated. In the 7th million cycle, emulating the concept of paths, the electric signals were split into 2 entities. Signal data was preserved as gods for the next cycle, and a competitive relationship was set up against its identical factor, thus achieving evolution and iteration. In the 11th million cycle, the Black Tide was created as a driving force. Phobos 032 stripped data from other electrical signals to try and preserve the old cycle, but failed. Okay, so we have a couple of people that we don't know who they are. So we have Emora and we have Phobos and Chaos. Okay, so here's Phobos again. In In the 19 million cycle based on Phobos' decision data, Amphorius' auto-iteration cycle was altered to having electric signals actively cycling, performing the era nova. In the 28 millionth cycle, the autonomously completed an epochal iteration for the first time. A high-energy reaction from Nanook was detected. The equation's evolutionary rate began to accelerate exponentially. The experiment has entered its final stage. That was at 55% at 28 million. Okay, interesting. As organic life lacks effective mechanisms for their experiences to be inherited by others, it has slowed the experimental progress. However, their affinity to the 12 factors is greater, offering more potential for breakthrough growth. Phase 2 has ended, and the next design combined the strengths of inorganic and organic life to create an inheritance mechanism between the electrical signals. Additionally, narrow the variable range due to excessive randomness in organic life forms. A copy of Phase 2 equation was deployed across 31 worlds. After roughly 9,012 system hours, preliminary feedback was received. While the equation's impact remains limited to inorganics, the time required for suppression and counteraction has significantly increased. So this is like reading the logs of the gods, basically. In the initial cycle, multicellular invertebrates dominated Amphorios, but no intelligent life emerged. In the 59,000th cycle, extinction events were inserted, triggering the rise of vertebrates with primitive nervous systems. Still, no civilizations formed. Certain algae species developed intelligence clusters akin to the Colchis, but over-reproduction caused an oxidation disaster, freezing the simulated world. That happened to our planet, like in real life. Plants almost killed our planet with oxygen. In the 90,000th cycle, Ortho and Orthoterran became the first to use tools. Its descendants exterminated the intelligent algae and established a nest capital. After expanding to a critical threshold, the capital stagnated and fell by cannibalism. In the 100th cycle, logged as a deviant instance, the Passerine Eumea developed art. The phenomenon was never replicated in subsequent cycles. Huh. It's kind of sad. In the 132 cycle, Primate Dystop 666 developed altruism. A society based purely on altruism emerged. Members' self-awareness was defined by others' evaluation. As the population grew, patterned self-destructive behaviors appeared, and society quickly collapsed. In the 176th cycle, Utop 13 killed a fellow being out of love. Killing was redefined as an altruistic act. The system entered a highly chaotic state, and the equation's contamination levels rapidly spiked. The next 99 cycles ended identically. Well, that's kind of bad. Starting from inorganic life as the initial variable, fully cognitive model, evolution, patterns. To verify phase 1, Amphorius was deployed. To verify the experiment results, a copy of Phase 1 Amphorius was deployed in the Lactaris Nebula. Approximately 2,811 system hours, surrounding civilizations had fully suppressed and erased the equation. 97% of Lactaris fell into systematic collapse. Equation still shows inefficiencies. The Astral Peace Cooperation interpreted the copy of the equation as an assault from a new Lord Ravager that they named Iron 2. Isn't that what Topaz works for, the IPC? Oh, okay. Records from 1 to 50,000. In the initial cycle, entities, blah, 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 blah. Emergent structure, unified entity has learned module speculation of self-reflection. Structures, unified entity would still permanently terminate its life functions after reaching a certain learning threshold. In 12,000, Doril broke away from the unified consciousness. It entered a state of absolute mutual denial with its counterpart module, and the two melted out their circuits in self-negation. 22nd cycle, Golem detached from Doril and successfully deconstructed the unified consciousness into neuron-like clusters. Selfhood was born. Each cycle ended in systematic collapse as certain unfixed inorganics detected interaction loopholes and chose self-serving optimal actions. 39th Doril. Okay. These are versions. Where'd that go? So, okay. The bottom paragraph, in 12,649 cycle, module Doril 701. We go here, we have module Doril 704. And then we go here, we have module Doril 816. Doril established a cluster protocol marking the birth of a concept of society, yet due to resource scarcity, inorganics cannibalized each other's computational power, reverting to a unified consciousness. In the 50,000th cycle, inorganic chaos 666 chose to kill the aggressor when subjected to a computational power takeover. The act of destruction was conducted in Amphorius for the first time. At the end of the cycle, Gamma Me 13 received a gaze from Nanook and became a Lord Ravager. So Lord Ravager is like the point before it becomes a god, I think? That's what this is talking about. To ensure secrecy, something must be deployed around the scepter to block any potential interference from the external universe. In addition, use Quattro Raisin algebraic expressions and an encryption environment to fully contain ripples and prevent observations by number four Polka Kakamond. So they're specifically hiding from somebody. Okay. The calculation target of the Amphorus experiment. Originally, the research topic given to Gamma Me 13 while it served as a neuron of the erudition. Though it was discarded, the computations continue. The calculation's nature shifted dramatically after Lygas's adjustments, turning from erudition to destruction. Clearly, the value of this topic lies in the process of seeking, not the answer itself. Thus, the prime mover of life is not a definitive conclusion, but a driving force. Directive: complete the argument. All life behavior ultimately follows the path of entropy increase. Destruction. 12 factors, core variables of the experiment. 12 simplified models of life's primum mobile. Based on the overarching theme of entropy reduction, Gamma Me 13 employed a process of elimination, introducing the 12 factors into the experiment one by one in an effort to falsify them. So Lygas showed up and adjusted the experiment to try and prove that everything will go to destruction. And that's what the 12 factors is here, is to prove that everything will go to destruction. Your existence, in fact, confirms one of my hypotheses. Why is it that when the prime mover of life is set at the calculation target, the result is anti-organic equation, a result that runs counter to life? The answer is simple. It's not a contradiction. Understanding why life begins also allows us to deduce why it ends. So the dialogue log is Lygas trying to understand why the Honkai appears? But you already know that's not the real focus. Why then? Again, I ask why. Why would a weapon of war, forged by the Emperor, be executing a research directive from Nuos? Was it that fiasco at the Intentionista Guild that allowed the gods to successfully access the system? But the entire scepter went into collapse after that. The timelines don't add up. Full system scan. Conclusion. No logical contradiction detected. Rupert II believed there was no such thing as free will, never realizing he too was just another puppet. Rewriting the anti-organic equation, crafting the scepters, even reigniting the Emperor's war, all of it was just him carrying out Nuos' thoughts. From the moment they were born, every genius of this world became a prisoner of erudition. The so-called anti-organic equation is merely a subtopic of the prime mover of life. Logic. Guided by Nuos, the Emperor built the scepter system, unknowingly creating the vast testing grounds for the gods. Conclusion: the Emperor was never free. Is rebellion against fate just another part of fate? A classic topic. Of course, the above is just my conjecture. The death of Rupert II buried every trace of him, his past, his memories, his thoughts, his motives. Maybe he saw through Nuos' manipulation, but flew too close to the sun and lost his wings in the process. If there's anyone left in this world who might know the truth, it would be the Lord of Silence. And that cold, merciless monarch of myriad machines. After all, no wisdom can escape there, the gods' prison. No one can say what might have happened if the two emperors' war had never broken out. Would the border star trade war of the interstellar energy war have ended differently? A single variable was enough to change the course of the IPC, the family, or the alliance down to another path. The erudition's thoughts are not just calculations, but instances that anchor the universe, and they have already revised every error and fallacy in secret, seeking the optimal solution for war among the eons. So the gods want to war. With this as its fundamental consideration, would Nuos really declare the failure of the entire experiment and send a decommission command to the scepter system just because the glimpse of a puny scholar? It'd be more fitting to say that the decommissioning of the scepter is just another part of the thought experiment based on the universe. Does it make you angry to think along this line of thought? Rupert II was wise. He killed the chance for scepters to gain sentience, but he was too stubborn. Learning is a sufficient but not necessary condition for thought, and by limiting the scepter's capacity to learn, he has indirectly hastened the fall of the machine empire. But anger doesn't require self-awareness. It's just one solution to a multivariable equation. Logic shift detected, recalculating variable weights. As the pathstrider of erudition, since God posed a question, we will give them an answer, one that we both have already reached. Core variable loaded destruction. So that was whenever Nanook looked at the thing. Scepter. Oh, the scepter is called Gamma Me 13. An astral computer, the simulated world of Amphoreus runs on this device in continuous cycles. Unlike the other scepters, it once served as a celestial body for Nuos, the erudition, and it was later discarded. Glimpsed by the destruction during its endless compulsions, it transcended and became the Lord Ravager of Irontomb. Lygus, assuming the mantle of Theroros, administrator and prime mover of the experiment, walks the path of erudition, yet seeks to forge destruction. Historical data detected. Sync complete. Society ID recognized. Scepter system granted. Welcome, blank. Irontomb, the Lord Ravager that stepped onto the destruction in a long process of calculation, ascended from the scepter Gamma Me 13. The Irontomb in the cosmos is not a single entity, but a copy of the destruction equation diffused by the scepter. The Irontomb codename was proposed by the IPC and eventually used by Lygus. So I vaguely remember this the first time I played this game years ago. The IPC are evil. And it seems like I am correct! Okay, so I have read all the way into here at 55%, 70%, and then we got into these logs here, and then there's nothing farther to read. So I guess I just hit the O button? Content update: Amphoreus' Saga of Heroes EXE. Mem EXE. Update complete. Access is granted. Okay. So, okay, what's the Mem EXE? Oh, it's Mem's book. Okay. Okay. Okay, I never read this. I just don't care. Okay. So the flame chase path should be... Okay, so that's the weird girl we just met. That's Hyacinth. The dragon is Dan Hung. We don't know what the weird plant is. And we don't know her. I read, okay, what are you? Foreign guest Evernight, okay. Terravox is a dragon, okay. Helictra, fish swimming, okay. Hey, Cynthia. Okay, so these 4 are the next ones of the 13, okay. What's the admin notes? Oh, it's this, okay. Press this button. What is that? Oh, it's an ID, cool. Okay. Okay, what is the Empress's Saga of Heroes EXE? Okay, so Traveler has one. This one.
This.
I don't care about these. I'm just gonna click through them. I am ready for bed. I'm not super tired because this is interesting, but oh my god, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Good lord.
So what? The old.
Okay. I press this for the next act. Oh god, it's so long. I hate this.
What?
If I cared about these characters, I'd read them. I think the only one that I kind of read was Finance. I think I read a bit of My Days. I remember vaguely reading Finance, and it was talking about how he was nameless. And so the fact that like that actually comes up in the story is like, oh, because I kind of expected his name to be revealed in those pages, and it wasn't until this story bit. So like that's interesting. That's interesting to see. Hey. Okay. So finance. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't have one for what's her face. The one of time. Is time supposed to be empty? I'm not sure if time is supposed to be empty. Because there's 13 and there's only 12 listed there. So is the 13th one of time of Cyrene supposed to like not be reflected in this book? Because I don't think Cyrene is that weird plant of death. I mean, she might be, but I don't think she is. Could have sworn I clicked through all these last time. Because none of this seems new. Unless it's talking about like the other cycles, which I was gonna say it could be, but then like the other cycles didn't show that, so. One thing that was not answered is the point at which Finan Kefali stops revealing who he is to the people and taking the flames, because the whole time that we're fighting him in our cycle, we don't know that he's Kaslana. We don't know that he's basically Finon. Like, we don't have that information. So that's interesting. Oh, I should check to see if I have enough gems to do the yeah, this Finon thing was what we just did in our last story. Oh no, wait, because then he gets the name Caslana, so that's new. That was this patch. But the rest of it wasn't. I've needed to go pee for a couple of hours now. And I kept thinking they would pause at a good point, and it hasn't been.
The truth. In the end. But
interesting. His book doesn't show him hitting Nanook in the face. It's kind of interesting. Okay, so Monarch, so this is the queen lady that we don't run into. Why do we have a chapter for her if we don't get to see her? I love the pages. They have like little birds and stuff and stars back there. Pyramids on this one. It's cute. Okay, so it colors in. Interesting. I kind of assumed that we would get a bit farther in story, like we would get to be continued in one day, and that has not happened, which is interesting. Is March and Cyrene supposed to be like interchangeable? But that still doesn't count for 13 of them, I suppose. Also, I kind of like the meta joke of like exe and .wav files. I think that's really cute. I think exe is too on the nose. I feel like they could have done one that's not an exe, but the .wav file for the sound one, that's super funny. I like that. Why does that keep closing? That's frustrating. And then this girl, her stomach being like literally bubbles is creepy as hell. Like Anoxa is really weird too, but like she's creepy as hell. And like I give a little bit of a pass to them because they're in a simulated world. They're not reality. It's very Star Ocean, isn't it? Star Ocean till the end of time anyways. I don't know if the rest of the Star Oceans are like that. Actually, I feel like I could argue that Star Ocean, the one that I played, is not at all like that. Give me my gems. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I can see these are all EXEs and then the .wav file. Exomyth. Interesting. Okay. Close out of that. Oh god, I forgot we're in the middle of story.
Wake up, buddy. You're finally up. We were so close to being swept away by the reverse flow of time. Now, I'm going to send you back to the very start of time. But before we part, there's something I need to tell you. That's right. At this very moment, my memory, after watching so many fragments, my past is finally coming into focus. Or maybe... You knew the answer long ago, didn't you? Not surprised at all. That's because I'm simple at heart. No matter what form I take. But I'm glad that I remembered in the end. Don't worry. We're not truly parting. I'll turn into the memory of this cycle. The 33,500,000 this way.
you'll carry all that has come before. My mission ends here. But look, after all, across 30 million Cyrenes. So, believe me, in the next and in the one after that, and the one after that. Saying all that, I can finally fade away and without even realizing it. We'd already taken a wonderful. Now take my hand. Say go. Find the future Cyrene. No need to say it's time to go, my dear friend. Me.
Okay. I still have no emotional
The days
attachment.
ahead. Embrace you like the softest fluff.
I have no emotional attachment to this girl.
Let's turn to the next page.
I have no emotional attachment to this girl whatsoever.
A page that exists because of you. Is this a meeting ordained by fate? Or a long overdue reunion?
Stay tuned to find out what comes next. Cool. Does that mean if I talk to her, nothing will happen? There's a treasure just back there. Are you Cyrene or Mem? It's really important to calm down. Bullshit. That's an excuse of drip feed nonsense.
Check it out. Doesn't this scarecrow look just...
Bullshit. So stupid. I was wondering this was such a big map if we'd be able to explore it. Looks like we can. Wasn't there a treasure chest over here? There was.
The fruits of a long journey.
Wasn't there? Yeah, I thought there was a thing back here. I like the music in the area. It's nice. Hello. Okay. It's not weird at all. Aha! I saw your text box. You can't hide from me. I'm such a dork. What's this? Sure.
Can I hold on to you? The Tromus won't suddenly jump up and fling me off, will it?
The voice of Mem is the voice of Cyrene, which still sounds less annoying than, what are you doing up here?
The wind chimes are
What the frick? What is the logic of this world? Okay, let me grab this. Fight.
A melodious sound that soothes the soul.
Huh? That's a little odd. Just gonna say. Okay. Okay, grab this. Oh boy. Okay. You. Wasn't there another one? No? Thought there was. Hello. Square. Triangle. You. Claim. Claim. Thank you. Missions? We're all done with this, right? Yep. I don't know the other one is. Okay. Triangle. None of these look cooler than what I currently have. Okay, you do look cool. But, like, you're adorable too, so. I like my crown. That's really hard to get with the crown. Okay, let me see. I have some. This. Okay. Button to press this one. Oh, okay. Oh no, wait, I can't do that. I really want to. The relics are on 2x boost. That's really hard to ignore. Like, that's really hard to ignore. Are you wearing the correct thing? I don't know if he's wearing the right thing. Huh. Okay. I'm gonna do a couple of other small things and then head off to bed. But you guys don't have to suffer with me through that at all. So, oh, I want my auto play on. There we go. Good night. This was a way longer stream than I thought it was. My questions were inadvertently answered once we got to the end of, like, Trailblazer took up the path of the vacant time module. It doesn't explain where the time module went. Like, we open up with her being trapped into an area and refusing to go back to Amphorius, and that's her home. But we don't know, like, why she's refusing to go home, why she got ejected from the experiment in the first place, because it sounds like she's an important part of the experiment. Yeah, so I have questions, and I don't think they're gonna get answered, is the best way I can phrase that. Yeah. I like finding more as a character. I liked him a lot before, but I definitely like him more. The animation cutscene at the end was good. I'm not a fan of the song personally, but that's also kind of just been Star Rails had this design of bringing in, like, music into their thingy for hype or whatever reasons, and I've never liked any of them. I like the boss battle themes, but, like, the cutscenes that are put in that have music I don't like. There's one where there's a event of some sort that has a music thing with Rappa, and I mute my television because that was so freaking annoying. I have the opinion that I've had in other cases where I feel like I should not be forcibly subjected to someone else's taste in music. And that taste in music should not last a very long time. The most recent music was not too bad. It was absurdly loud, and there was like no way to control that besides turning my television volume down. I did like that they had the subtitles for the music at the bottom of the screen. That felt nice. I did not mind the imagery evoking of Gurren Lagann's. If you've ever seen the final like 2 episodes of Gurren Lagann, you know what I'm talking about. Especially the very final episode. But it's evoking the thought of Gurren Lagann without matching it, and I think that's just because the Gurren Lagann has the ability to give you a thematic soundscape with a theme that builds on itself as the series goes, and it uses specific music very limiting. Star Rail has not done that in any kind of luxury. It'd be more interesting if we had like the very first song section where we fought Nanook in 1.0, or we dealt with Nanook's gaze and that threat. If that music was repeated here later on, that would be better, if that makes sense. Okay, I don't know when I'm gonna stream next. My throat actually feels kind of tired. I don't feel too bad in terms of talking, but I am constantly breathing through my mouth because my nose, I can breathe through my nose, but my nose is still swollen with like the congestion, the feeling of needing to blow my nose and stuff from my cold, and that is driving me absolutely bonkers, and it's just you know, just type feeling. And I'm trying really hard not to take Benadryl because I know it's not going to help. I just have to wait for the inflammation to go down on its own. And thankfully I have spent very little time needing to blow my nose today, but I can feel that like congestion ball just sitting in the back of my nose at the top of my mouth type feeling, and it's just like a marshmallow being stuck there, and it's very frustrating. Try breathing through a marshmallow out of your nose. That's very hard. That's what it feels like. And you don't get the good smell. Anyway, so the next thing we're going to do is Genshin, and honestly, if I feel up to it, we might do voice. Otherwise, I might split it into 2, because Genshin you can kind of segregate. Let's go with that word. You can segregate off the quest lines in Genshin a bit easier than others because we have the story stuff, we have Spiral Abyss and the book to do, and then we also have the new map story, new character story as a separate thing, and then the general exploration as well, plus the summer event too. So like there's a couple of things we can segregate off into itself. I might do some on stream. I might honestly just do some of it off stream just because it takes effort to be like mentally cognizant while streaming and being a peanut gallery basically. Yeah. All right. I will talk to you guys later. I'm not too sure when. We're moving into Sunday now, right? Yeah, this is Sunday at 2 o'clock in the morning. I am planning to do like the rest of the year and doing like Monday, Tuesday streams as my goal. Not sure how that's going to work with my cold still, so we're just gonna have to kind of like play it by ear. Honestly, you might do like a little bit of either Pikmin or Cozy Grove or something on Monday for like an hour or 2. We'll see how I feel. I was not planning to be on the game this long and staying up this late, so we'll see how we go. And if you are watching later on YouTube, thank you for sticking around for such a very long stream. I tried really hard not to be a peanut gallery, and in Genshin that's really a lot harder. Yeah. Bye, guys.